Liam, someone you love very much is about to die. Could you please introduce us to your character?
My name is Hal Azune. Hal. I am a older, dark-haired with streaks of white orc gentleman, dressed in fairly fine but not ostentatious clothing, and has smile lines at the eyes from a life well lived. Trying in this moment to hold on to the spirit that has buoyed him through his life. Maybe not doing as well as he'd like to in this moment.
This moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with the people of the city of Dolmakyar. Its gray stone standing proud here at the eastern edge of the land known as Kahad. You stand under the guardian wall. Heroes of the Shaper's War, carved in statue, some 80 feet tall, their torsos emerging from masonry, from the rock and stone of the mountainside, lean and hold the mountains of Kavroset Bay. These statues arrayed side by side, orcs and dwarves, elves and humans, halflings, gnomes, beast folk, rendered here as heroes of a revolution, now fading from memory. Their looks of determination, heroism, and strength carved forevermore into their faces. What hope they bear in their noble visages. Under their arms stands the base of this massive wall at the eastern edge of the city. Dolmakyar, towering spires that follow the river Vrosh step by step down from the mountains as the city comes to life. Over your own neighborhood, you see a flight of magpies, black wings, white breasts take to the sky, flying over the stream as the mist rises on this gray day. The days have been mostly gray recently. The Guardian Wall, like much of Dolmakyar, is a place dedicated to heroism, camaraderie, the struggle of the mortal world to make a brighter day. And it is here, under the Guardian Wall, that they have strung up the hangman's noose to kill your brother, Thiazi Fang. Behind the wall, a wagon approaches. Soldiers, their heraldry and tabards alive with the crests of the sundered houses, Taconis, Halovar, Royce, Einfasen, Cormorey. March. You would think some beast of legend was left within this wagon, barred with iron as it is, for the amount of soldiers marching this man to the gallows. But it is just one man. The wagon pulls up to a small dais, wooden staircase, and a door leading through the wall out to the awaiting crowd and the hangman's noose. Waiting at the steps, his eyes on the approaching wagon. Luis is your character. Could you please introduce us to your character?
Yes. Azune Nayar stands tall, proud. Human in appearance, he is just over 5'10", but gives the presence of someone that's taller than that. His pride carries him above his height. He is strong, lean, muscular. He has medium brown skin and coppery auburn brown hair that's tied back in a braid, a birthmark that goes up the right side of his neck, up his face, and up to his forehead around his eye. His eyes look like a sunset on an ocean. The bottom half of his irises are a deep blue. His pupils are yellow, like the sun that burst out into a orange, and then into a teal, and then into a light gray. He is wearing full armor, as is given to him by his station in Dolmakyar. He is a member of the Revolutionary Guard, an arcane marshal, specifically. And his arms are exposed. Along his right bicep are tattooed the words, "Have mercy on those I send you."
The door to the wagon opens. Soldiers of House Tuconis retrieve a figure from inside the shadows, and a handsome orc smile across his fanged face, nice shiner indicating some degree of glibness or flippancy in the face of these guards, wearing his soiled coat and his old boots, his effects having been taken from him, is marched out in manacles. The man you followed into battle all those years ago, dragged forward here. He looks up at you as he approaches. Not you. Anybody but you.
I put my hand up to stop the rest of the soldiers. I am the arcane marshal assigned to scan the prisoner. And I begin a ritual. My palm is facing up, and I start to trace a circle around my palm as I begin a ritual of detect magic. But as I do that, I point my fingers towards them, and I actually cast message.
Hidden from those guards here, not versed in the arcane, you feel yourself connect through this act of sorcery to Thiazi Fang. Oh.
Study his face for a moment. Thiazi, I can buy us a few moments. If you have something that you want to say to someone and want me to pass it to them, now is the time.
As you feel this spell connect you, he smiles and goes, anything I have to tell anybody, I can tell them myself.
You can notice that look in his eyes, that glint. And I say more. In a moment, I'm going to scan you to see if I can pick up any arcane residue, and my hope is that I do. Earlier today, somebody placed an object on you, a ward.
Mm-hmm.
And watch me closely when I'm done. If I sense it, I'll give you a nod, and then I'll gesture to let you know where it is. It's delicate. It breaks easy, and upon adding just a little bit of pressure, it will be the very thing that sends you away from here.
Understood.
One last thing. A message from your brother. Hal says he's here with you until the end. And you've always been a hero in his eyes.
Well, that makes one of us. I don't know that I'll be able to see him again after today, probably, right? I mean, you guys getting me out of here, I'm not going to be able to.
Thiazi, you've lit many fires throughout your years, and they all still burn. And with that, instead of casting the ritual, I'm actually going to use a spell slot and cast Detect Magic in that moment. An updraft of wind moves up towards me, a pulse radiates out, and Detect Magic. Scan him.
A gleam of magic hidden in the back of his coat, quite near his manacled hands, registers to you. A little bit of conjuration, a little bit of illusion, just enough trickery for Thiazi Fang to make one last daring getaway.
Good. I step back, I give him a nod, and I turn around and I put my hand on the small of my back so he can see me indicate where it is.
He nods to you, and in that last moment of the message cantrip, he makes eye contact with you and says, I know you'll have to stay here. I'm sorry for all the distance I kept. I hope all those fires I set were worth it. Make sure you set some of your own when the time comes. And he walks up to the gallows, a spring in his step, moves through the door. As he walks out under the gallows, the crowd seeing him for the first time, from many parts of the crowd, a cheer goes up. The lords and ladies of the Sundered Houses, anticipating this moment, strike up the trumpets, attempting to quiet this noise. You see your brother, and you see him looking throughout a crowd of several hundred people looking for you.
Raise an arm to the air.
He nods to you. A herald of House Taconis steps forward. Herein, sentenced to death by the authority of the Chamber of Lords Advisory to the Revolutionary Council, is the traitor, arcanist, and murderer Thiazi Fang to be put to death. His crimes enumerated: befouling arcanism, theft, skullduggery, murder, and sedition against the beneficence of the city and its peoples. At this last accusation, a murmur moves through the crowd. Another voice stands, this one from an elderly woman dressed in white. The matriarch of House Halevar, scion of the Candescent Creed. Let the light shine, and let peace be restored to this blessed city and its heroic legacy. As she continues to speak in this moment, Thiazi turns to you, Hal.
I think, anxiety rising in my gut. I'm severely tempted to dart my eyes around this open space looking for any hand to intervene, to see any result of all of the beseeching and deal-making I have been making behind the scenes for weeks. But I won't let my brother look at that if these are to be his final moments, so I hold his look, and for someone whose life has been all about words, I have none to give.
He looks at you smiling, shakes his head no. And at this distance, you can't hear him over the speech of the photarch of the Candescent Creed, this elderly matriarch speaking. But you see him mouthing the words to you in this moment of desperation. So many strings were pulled. Something's got to happen. This can't be. He looks at you and goes, mouthing, just so you can read his lips. What are you doing for lunch after this? What, you didn't plan a funeral? Don't you like me at all? If I don't see you for a long time, you're my hero. And his eyes dart up to the sky. I'd like you to make an insight check for me.
Natural 20.
In this moment, on a nat 20, you look and see his eyes, and I think your bardic magic swells, and you connect through him and can hear his voice. He looks up and you see reflected in his eyes, distant. You can't see it from where you are in the crowd looking up. All of the people of Dolmaki are gathered here in this place. Skyboxes filled with nobles looking out over balconies from the higher level near the shoulders of the mighty statues. You look and see, he sees something in the sky, and his face changes. There's panic. On a nat 20, the residue of Azune's message cantrip comes to you, and I will allow you to speak mentally to your brother in this moment on that nat 20 as he looks out and sees something and panics. He goes, no. He looks at you. You have to...
Tell me what to do.
Murray, you gotta help Murray. The Penteveral, you have to help her. There's paint waiting for you with Bolaire. I can't, you hear the voice from the dais say, have you any last words? The Ozzy Fang. He looks up, realizing that he can't speak telepathically to you while he's in this moment before they pull the lever. He looks out at you and goes, speaking to the crowd, the false authority that now condemns me to death will fall. I regret only that I will miss the glorious celebration when your calumny and destruction comes to an end. He looks to you and in his mind says, tell Thimble not to be scared. He looks out and says, I can still hear the falcons cry. The lever is pulled. In your mind, he says, tell her that the rope goes taut, snap. And what is to come after, we will discover. I need all of you to roll a d4.
What?
Not what I thought was going to happen.
What do we get? 4?
2.
2.
4. I'm going to need Azune and Kattigan to each give me a death saving throw. Overhead, arrows fly through the sky. Nearby, Loza Blade, about 12 or 13 years younger than the last time we saw her, cries out as thum, thum, 2 arrows go into her shoulder. You see that she takes a small axe off a holster under an arm and hucks it across a battlefield as an archer commander says, another vote! axe in the head, falls to the ground. She says, "Get back under the hill!" and shoves a young Tunks, the boar man, who at this point is only about 16 years old, is like a kid. As he grunts and snorts back into the waiting darkness, you see overhead a rippling spiral of green necromantic energy shoot overhead. Far away from you, you see your friend Milo looking up and saying, "Everyone, keep moving forward!" Skull gone, dead to the ground. Death saves from you two.
Okay. Save 19.
Fail 7.
Kattigan, on the ground, describe your character for us in this moment and describe the injury that is starting to bleed out past the point of repair.
Oh yeah, he's sliced up. Basically, he's always fighting low, so all of his injuries are up high in his body. Shoulders, neck, he's got like puncture wounds super close to lungs and heart. He's jacked from the waist up mostly, yeah.
Azune, where are you, and how do you look in this distant memory?
I am 15 years old. I'm young, I'm shorter, I'm skinnier, and the last thing I remember before the lights went out was struggling to keep up with my group. These two guys, that grown men at this part of my life that I've grown to emulate in a way. I saw how Teor blocks things with his shield, and the way that Kattigan fights with his weapon, and the noise, the screams, and I wasn't ready for that, and the smell of blood, and I misstepped. And next thing I know, the lights were out. I don't even know what hit me.
You see overhead, the sky darkens as two sorcerers of the Sundered Houses fly under their own power. One of them drops through the sky, looks across the battlefield. A tiny mote of light. As time almost slows.
Down!
I'm gonna need everybody here to roll initiative.
Oh my God! I'm not ready for this.
What did we get, Azune?
I got a 6.
What did we get, Teor?
18.
What did we get, Thimble?
15.
What did we get, Kattigan?
Twinsies, 18.
Much like before, Kattigan and Teor are going to act on the same initiative. I'll remind you, Teor.
Big cats.
Big cats. I'll remind you, Teor. Unfortunately for you, my friend, you're first level.
Oh. Oh.
It's your turn. What do you do?
I try and spot. Jesus. Can I see both Kattigan and Azune down on the ground?
Yes, you can. Give me a medicine check.
I don't know.
I'm bleeding out, man.
Oh, that's natural 18 for dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Triage. You've learned enough about medicine working for Loza. Over your shoulder, you see a dwarven woman. You see she's got a thick braided beard, an empty upper lip, a thick braided beard. You see that she leans down, reaches into a satchel, takes out a small dwarven poultice, crushes it in her hand. A red mist surrounds her as she punches into the empty hole created by a spell in your comrade Lucia's chest. She's got an open cavity, ribs exposed, punches into it and says, "Oh, this broken can be mended. Come on, girl, you're not done fighting yet." Rips her fist out and leaves a bunch of the flesh from her own fist, stitching up Lucia's body as your dwarven medic gets her up on her feet. Norma turns to you and says, "Remember, look at him. Gut bad. Limbs, they can stay." And as you look out and see Azune and you see Kattigan, you see that Azune's injury is all shoulder and chest muscle, and Kattigan's got something that's bad and bleeding. That's your medicine check.
Got it. I'll try and search the air for Thimble. Any sight of her?
Overhead, you see near where Lowe's is, closer to the top of the hill, running down the trench as fast as possible. You see Thimble coursing down towards you with Thiazi right behind her. You see Thiazi's got something in a dirty tarp wrapped up over and over and over again. Looks like he's sprinting. He here is about late 20s, just running as fast as he can. You see he's got about 8 gilded, gem-studded stabs and wands wrapped up in a tarp, just as fast as he can. But you see Thimble is way ahead of him.
I'm lit up and trying to lead the way.
I'm gonna call out to Thimble, we need to close ranks! And I'm gonna run towards Kattigan as fast as I can and just try and put pressure on the main chest cavity.
Using your action, go ahead and give me a medicine check. The difficulty is 10.
10, okay. Natural 16 for an 18.
You lean down, reaching into a bag. Norma's magical healing is great, and she is one dwarf. And so you reach down and just grab gauze, rag, wrap it around, staunch the bleeding. Kattigan stabilizes.
Got it.
Thimble, it is your turn.
And where am I trying to lead Thiazi?
Thiazi is looking up. He goes, the auxiliaries, the Bolaire, we gotta go, oh shit. You see that he says, Loza, do they fall back? You see from up on top of the hill, she looks out and you sees something closing ranks. A sorcerer drops out of the sky. You see
Third one?
A third one. You see beautiful white flickering tunic. This is a sorcerer of House Cormoré who points at the ground. Runes appear all around Loza. She sees it happening in real time, and bursting up from a 9-pointed star is a snarling summoned drake, like a 15-foot dragon. You see, she goes, they're over the hill, Thiazi, they didn't fall back! Just takes her axe and thuds it into the side of this massive summoned creature. Thiazi looks up at you, Thimble, and says, over the top! And just gets his staves, whispers a little sort of like arcane word under his breath, and you see that what is being created by this sort of burning fire in the outer reaches of the battlefield hits him, and you see that his shadow splits into 3 different shadows of himself, and he tosses a bunch of staves to all of them, and they all start running over the edge.
Awesome.
As fast as he can. Thimble, it is still your turn.
I'm darting ahead and I'm trying to find one of the sorcerers and I'm trying to get through the ranks, get up right behind them to the back of their head while they're distracted with all of the other shit going on.
Hell yes, you see that Cormoré sorcerer looks down shouting, for the honor of House Cormoré, for the honor of the Sundered. Go ahead and give me an attack roll. If you want to do it from hiding, you can.
Okay. Oh, so that's advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. That's 16 plus 7.
That is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. I know what I'm doing. Oh, good. 8 plus 4.
And remember, you only have a D6 because you're first level right now. So you only have 1 D6 of sneak attack.
A sneak attack, you're right.
Yes.
8 plus 5 is 13 plus 2, 15 points of damage.
15 points. On a natural 4, the sorcerer is not felled by this blow, but does drop concentration on the summoned drake. You reach out with your sword.
I want it right here, like up into that soft part of the back of the head.
Stabbing it under the skull. A little bit of blood seeps into the corner of their eyes as they lurch forward. You see whatever magic item is compelling their flight stays active, but their concentration on this summon dissipates. As Loza says, good looking out, Thimble! You look in that exact moment. Azune, I'm going to need a death save from you right here. You have 1 success? Yes.
Can I use a luck point as for a death save?
Yes, you can.
Great. So while I'm in this in this darkness, I see my dad's face, and I see the moment that he had passed me off to the mercenaries way back when, years before this. And the only thing I remember is him telling me that I was lucky, that I was getting a second chance, and that sort of rings in my mind as I succeed.
Hell yes.
I needed that.
You begin to stabilize. You see your father's face. There's something. It's not going to happen here. On a battlefield, arrows and spells fly overhead. Thiazi runs. As he does, Thimble, from behind the sorcerer, you look and see. Thiazi is hit in the side and scatters, his shadows all vanishing as he hits the ground. Looking forward, you see a shape dart from the shadows ahead of him towards his body, seeing an incoming barrage. Flapping wings. Wyverns taking to the sky. Loza looks up and says, "Fall back! Fall back!" A shape runs towards Thiazi's body, and at the last moment you see gets two arms underneath it, lifts up his body, throws it on his shoulder, and rushes forward as fast as he can, thundering with heavy boots, drops into the trench right in front of you, saving Thiazi from the oncoming barrage of these flying wyverns. As you return from the sorcerer, as Loza calls to fall back, the face lifts him up, looks at you. Casimir smiles. "I got him. Let's fall back. And we'll..." At a broad table here in the banquet hall of the Via Aurora, the Halovar estate, Teor, you are seated on a exquisite velvet-lined and cushioned seat as a small white velvet sack of coins lands with a thunk in front of you. The woman speaking to you says, "And of course, for any accoutrement needed for your service as a guardian errant of the Lord Wickander Halovar, the Mercanard Couturier will be happy to fit you and your gear to our station. We attempt to make clear that violence is always a regrettable, tragic, and final resort, that the weaponry, armor, and tabardry of our various vassals and men-at-arms bear the symbol of the Candescent Creed, but we would shudder to think of you going out of your own pocket for that."
Oh, that is most understood. I think if I might suggest an alternative, perhaps for an extra level of security, perhaps I could stay as I am, plain clothes, not draw attention to anything that needs to be done on behalf of the Candescent Creed. A more covert security force.
Give me a persuasion check.
5. Beach. Intimidation.
She goes, "A splendid suggestion. It is such an exciting proposition to imagine that by wearing the symbol of the Candescent Creed, you may attempt to be covert in proudly wearing the symbol of the Order."
I see.
Close behind you, you hear as the door flies open, and on these sets of silvery white chains, this massive knight walks in, heavily armored, gray-bearded human knight. You see he's got gleaming, luminous tattoos all around his neck that curl up around over his eyes. He walks in and goes, "You're the former bannersman, yes?"
That would be me, Teor.
"Very well. Well, Teor, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Your name?
My name? I am Sir Felonius Halovar. These are my dogs, Wrath and Judgment. I can't tell which one is which, but then again, when it comes to Wrath and Judgment, who can?"
Indeed. Both beautiful companions.
You see that one of them sort of snarls, and it has a dull glow from the back of the dog's throat. You hear sort of faint humming from its vocal cords, almost like it can't stop whining. And this whining is sort of beautiful, ethereal, almost angelic.
Such a beautiful noise they make. I've never heard the like.
Oh, yes. They can't stop singing, these dogs.
Singing.
The song confuses spellcasters. They're good dogs. "Glad to have you aboard," and claps you on the shoulder and says, "Well, you're best on your way to the Couturier. We expect you back first thing tomorrow."
It will be done.
You see that the handmaiden smiles. Sir Felonius walks off with the dogs looking over. Give me an insight check.
This guy. Natural 19 for a 23.
There's gold in a pouch in front of you. This has all happened so quickly. You wonder on that high insight roll. I think you just wonder what's waiting at that couturier. But you see a servant opens the door leading to exit the estate. We shall be in touch when the Lord Wakanda calls for you.
Most certainly. And I shall, of course, come more appropriately dressed next time.
Of course. Thank you very much, Master Pridesire. And may the beam reach you.
May it reach us all.
It always does. Goodbye. You see that as you exit to the street, we move over nearby, not far away from the Via Aurora, at the Palazzo Divinos. We see walking out under the early afternoon sun, Julien Divinos. Where are you headed to on this morning?
If I'm looking for this Occtis figure, I recall we had an encounter in his Verion many years ago, and I thought I caught a keen... There's a look about the family that's very specific, but was in the company of Thaisha, last I saw.
Yeah.
So I would likely be heading towards... probably to Hal's domain to see if I can find where she might be, and then through her find out where this boy might be.
Teor, you remember the events of the previous day, but you've had business to attend to with Loza's departure and everything else that's been occurring. Where do you think you would head in this moment?
I actually think I would head to this place they've sent me to, at least to know what the next step would be, but I would also be trying to keep an eye out for anyone from the funeral that we've seen, just in case our paths might cross.
Give me a perception check with advantage, and Matt, I'd like you to do the same.
Yeah. That is a 17, 19.
That was 2 natural 19s in a row.
Wow.
For a 20.
Not a competition.
Walking through the Ogremock marketplace, towering shelves of ripe fruit, spices, produce. You see there's a hanging sort of like fish market with fish, that blocks of ice that they've been delivered on, raw foodstuffs, and you see fine tapestry silk and armories like you wouldn't believe. The Ogremock marketplace has some of the finest like weapons dealers and armorers in all the world. This is the home of the Loy family, where they built, they smithed the blades made to kill a god. And so you smell steel and forge craft all around you. You also see parchment nailed with daggers to posts all throughout. By order of the Chamber of the Lord's Advisory, all arcane magic is forbidden by law within the confines of the marketplace. On that high perception, as you keep your head on a swivel, the strange, in a lively market that's still muted feeling, Julien and Teor catch each other's eye as you move to go to the couturier, and you move to the bridge across the River Vrosh to the Rookery.
Can I help you, stranger?
Not the particulars at this moment.
Teor, you look down and see the symbol, subtle, but on the belt of House Divinos. You briefly saw this guy at the funeral last night. You didn't speak to him, but you saw him in the room.
That's right.
Or sorry, redline that. You left before he got there.
Thought that was, yeah.
You look and see the symbol of House Divinos there in that moment. And I think, Julia, you recognize him as a former companion of
No issue at all. You reminded me of someone. It's not a concern.
Well, that seems like an unlikely possibility. I see you are from House Divinos.
I am.
How fares your family?
Well, our family is, in the throes of mourning, as are all, at recent events.
Yes, upset by yesterday's events, are they?
As tense as our history might have been, Theorzy is a fixed point in our history.
Yes, a good man. And history, it should stay. I say, let bygones be bygones. I am Teor, Prize Sire. Your name?
This gentleman is in the middle of a marketplace. Unnaturally friendly and stepping forward. Can I glean his intent or try and see if I should just brush past?
Give me an insight check.
9.
You cannot read the intent of this commoner here in this place.
Sir Julien Divinos, Knight of the Vassal House Divinos.
Sir Julien. Yes, your name carries as much weight as your family's. I have heard much about you and your, great deeds.
Not all of us can have the reverberations through history as those of such lineage, but it is nice to meet you. I have business elsewhere. And he begins to step away.
If you find yourself in need of business with the Candescent Creed, I have recently allied myself with them. You will find an ally, if you should need one. But I will take my leave, Sir Julien Divinos.
Give me one more perception with advantage, Julian.
19.
You look and see Teor traveling with a small satchel of coin with the Candescent Creed's symbol on it. And you know that you're nearby this place, the Mercanaud Couturier. In the Sundered Houses, you've heard some rumors. Here in Dolmakir, other people that you've consorted with, that the Mercanaud are a family that have worked for the Halovars for a long time, that have a lot of fronts, but their main purpose for the Halovars is making problems go away. And I think you look over Teor's shoulder and see the direction he was headed in is towards the Mercanaud Couturier.
I make distinct note of that, and then briskly head towards Hal's home.
May the light find you.
Do not respond.
And we'll
May
find
the light
out.
Find you. May the light find you.
And we will discover what happens in that Couturier on this episode of Critical Role. Evening in Dolmakir. A crisp, cool night. Footsteps approach. A seedy tavern in the fray. The lowermost neighborhood of the city. Noise of shattering glass bottles in nearby alleyways. Raucous shouts. Fights breaking out. Loud music. The braying of a nearby horse as a carriage trundles down the street, sputtering torchlight, casting shadows long and wide through the city streets. Humble sign of a tavern, Potter's Field, the symbol of a nameless gravestone on its sign. Few drunken reprobates outside, In what state does Bolaire approach this place?
Bolaire has their hood closed, their cape closed, and the hood up to be as inconspicuous as somebody who is wearing such a unique mask can be. He has a package, reasonably sized, wax papered, tied with string, clearly well put together. If you didn't know better, it would look like someone had just very plainly wrapped a Christmas present. It's very creased and well folded and together. Maybe it's a gift for someone.
You walk through a neighborhood so far removed from the Arcanad that the odds of being recognized in this place are next to none. Door swings open. Smugglers, criminals, few people under sputtering candlelight, speaking in hushed tones. Bartender looks up to perceive you, and with that eye contact, nods, communicating that no, he does not perceive you. Not tonight, in any case. At the back of this humble, liquor-drenched hovel is a thick, red door. Brass studs throughout it. It's hidden behind a curtain, but it's sturdier than just about anything else in here. Seated behind the curtain is a thin, reedy figure who looks up at your approach.
No evil.
Pushes his hand into the leather covering of the door. Something heavy, like stone, grates in a hidden hinge. The wall swings open, and for a minute, overpowering the stench of rot and ale on the floor, powerful incense, something heady, otherworldly, as you step into the shadows. You enter a hidden place of leisure behind Potter's Field. You look in and see the proprietor, Devlin, look up to you. Rows and rows of bottles, crystal glassware overhead. The fixtures here, brass, velvet, of a higher caliber than that which resides in the exterior. Devlin, a brimmed hat pitched forward to cover the very top of his forehead, looks up at you. His eyes always reflect a few more candles, a few more lanterns than are ever present in this actual physical space. He looks up and goes, "Master, pleasure to see you. Can I pour you a drink, or are you only here for a spell?"
Oh. It's been an odd week. I think a tad of something interesting would do very well. It's getting strange out there.
If it keeps up, might eventually get as strange as it is in here. He pours something thick and viscous. Delightful aroma. Must be something sweet, like a sherry. Puts it in front of you. He looks over to a corner. You see a woman wearing thick purple robes, a long cloak. She wears sort of formless, shapeless attire, but her face is angular and beautiful. She sits, small velvet benches, an ornate lantern made of shattered, almost mosaic-like glass, stained in different colors, illuminates her face. She leans forward with empathy in her eyes and understanding at a mother and daughter across from her who seem addled in their sleeplessness. Give me a perception check.
Let's see. That's going to be a 19.
Even at her whispered tone, your ears detect, of course. The concerns are as great as the problem which brought you here in the first place. Your father, your husband's soul is in the underworld. There is no afterlife that calls to it. The clerics of the totality, perhaps some druids of the old path, would seek to send his soul off towards oblivion and void, or perhaps depict some uncharted course through realms beyond that only the Shapers knew. But if you wish for a brighter resting place for your father, and here she makes eye contact with the young woman, who you can see probably hasn't slept in days, tears have crusted and dried in where they've been running down her face. She says, there are precious few left in this world who can help you. But there are some that wish for these souls not to be lost. Now, our help does not come cheaply, but it is reliable. And you see a vellum contract moved across the table to the young woman, who begins to read the text. Elsewhere, your name is spoken aloud in this place. Bolaire! Friend! You turn to see Rulius and Calastra Mercanod. You see that they're sitting in a private booth. One of them has moved these velvet drapes aside. You see that there is a young man who is sort of draped over their laps, and you see that his eyes have rolled back in his head as he dreams in some altered narcotic state. As Rulius speaks to you, you see Calastro puts his lips near the young man's ears and sucks some vapor out of his ear as the man shudders.
My word, this is surprising. Quite auspicious, actually. I've been meaning to get a hold of you for a while. How is business?
Business is booming as ever. We have some very important clients these days. Would you care to join us?
I think I'm waiting for some different company for the evening, but I can take a moment. It's interesting. Are you still doing the day job, the day work, whatever you want to call it?
Of course. We must keep up appearances.
I have to ask because it has been ages, and there's a gala coming up, and of course there's the new theater, which will eventually be opening, and I'm going to need a new suit, and honestly, what you wear is phenomenal. I always love what you're wearing, and I would love... I don't know, I think I would just look lovely in it.
I'd be delighted to make you a suit, Bolaire. A hand lands on your shoulder, and a voice speaks and says, "I'll have a room in the back, ready for you." You look up and see Albris Drime, a man of illicit goods that you've been talking to for some time. Something that maybe he started as a normal fence, working with the Crow Keepers, but he's been making a name for himself and is looking to move up into a higher class of smuggled goods.
If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, business calls and bespoke suits don't come cheap.
They close the curtains to their private area, and you walk with Albrecht into another room. He's an able-bodied man, but not too terrifically tall. He's sort of similar in proportions to yourself, but you see that he sort of shaved head. He's got a nick in one sort of ear, and as you go into this private area, he turns around and says, "Well, the money's ready. I had no idea that you worked with the likes of us."
Oh, I work with an awful lot of people, times being what they are. And, who knows? Maybe at some point, you'll be able to afford more of my services. And I push a package towards him.
Undoing the clasps, he opens it. See a hungry smile on his face.
I begin taking the money.
Is this some kind of...
In a bag.
Is this some kind of joke? Where is it?
Ooh, where's what?
He thuds it closed and says, "Oh, you are a peach, aren't you? Listen to me. I won't be double-crossed. Now, I came for a treasure." And you see he flicks the hard exterior of your mask. "And I won't be leaving without one."
Shit.
What is your current HP total?
That is 26. That was a lot of dice.
He breathes in your face and you fall immediately asleep.
Yeah, it's okay.
Your unconscious form hits the ground.
Shit.
And he pulls your mask off your body. What does he see when he pulls the mask off the body?
Oh, shit. As he pulls the mask, he sees... Well, first of all, a bit of flesh pulls like rubbered glue as it pulls off, but it doesn't stick to the mask. It just flaps back, and just other than those points of contact, it is dry, cracked, chunks of flesh missing to see teeth, and it seems to be powdering by the second. Not completely, but just the exposure to air seems to be making it turn grayer and open up. The eye sockets are practically empty. It's just flaccid balloons of what used to be eyes. Any moisture that was in them long gone.
He looks down. Oh, the fuck? Freak. Well, I won't even have to kill you. Looks like you're on death's door. He looks inside of the mask, cocks his head, sees something. Maybe some glyph, something, rune of power. But of course, you're unconscious. So we depart this scene. Sometime later, Bolaire, you wake up feeling so much better. There's a dead body in the room. What do you do?
Well, that won't do at all. I begin to strip the dead body of its clothing, gently, carefully folding it to the side. I then manifest in my hand a glass straight razor out of nowhere. And I begin carefully removing the hair from this body, from its head, leaving just a few patches, almost like just like almost two tiny mohawks. I then take the bits of it and a cleaver, a glass cleaver suddenly appears, and I begin chopping it into tiny pieces. Portable. Is there a fireplace in this room? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, absolutely.
I take the chunks, and I find the bits that are going to burn best, and I throw them on the fire. I keep, for now, the hands and the head, and I put them in the empty package as I fold it back up and retie the string. I change my clothes into the clothes that I removed from the cadaver. And I put up the hood and very, very gingerly decide it's time to head home.
Feeling as good as if you were a brand new person, you head off into the night. For everybody watching, we'll get into what happens after Bolaire leaves and the other events in Dol Makyar in tonight's episode of Critical Role. Happy Halloween! Riding out from the gates of Dol Makyar into the darkness, Teor Pridesire, Thimble, Kattigan Vale, Tyranny, and Wikander Halavar begin a journey whose end, at this point in time, we cannot see. Fittingly, it is difficult for any of you to see past even the snouts of your horses, or in Thimble's case, the dim light cast by the fluttering of your pixie wings, for rain falls from the sky overhead, close as you are to the storm rack here. Heading out into the darkness, the gates behind you. Time is of the essence. Somewhere out there, a man who put a knife in the back of your beloved friend is walking free, chasing down the deed to a stronghold, a fort at some far edge of civilization, a treasure that he was willing to sell your friend's life for. And just ahead of him, you hope, is Teor's brother. If they haven't gotten to him already. Flying through the night, Thimble, what does it feel like to hold on to this purpose that you have set for yourself?
It feels like everything else is disappearing. And with that singular goal in front of me, I'm able to leave the grief behind. I'm able to believe in this purpose so wholly. It feels like I'm gonna make it right.
Already, something deadly and burning within your heart is keeping you safe from something that, in its own right, might be even more terrifying. Teor, it's been a long time since you've seen your brother. As you ride out Does your mind drift to Casimir, the person who you're pursuing, or to your brother, whom your prey now themselves pursue?
I think as I sit there in the rain, it begins to wash over me. Just how little I know about each of these men. My brother I have not seen in years. The same is true for Casimir. And at one point, I would say that I knew them better than anyone. The idea that I have of my brother has evolved, grown, and in some way committed himself to a cause so noble that even as I fear for his safety, I find jealousy almost swelling within me. The purpose that he found, the ability to shift fates that have affected all the people that I am traveling with. How little I knew about him. And for Casimir, what could have gotten to a man that shared a banner with us? What could have pulled him in this direction? What don't we know? And as I sit in the light of Thimble's wings, I realize I know next to nothing.
Rain mats the fur on either side of the bridge of your snout, leaning into the darkness. Lost so much since the end of the war. And know so many people who seem to have faltered and fallen into losing even themselves. Wickander, at the last possible moment, riding up the ridge, at this late hour, there's very few people on the road, but Dolmakyar is large enough that there's still a handful of stragglers, even in the wee hours of the morning. Some trundling a cart to get to some early farmer's market by dawn's first light, others that have been trudging through weary miles. At the last moment you look, with the mountain peaks on either side, this is the last place in the road that you will be able to see the lights of the Via Aurora in the city behind you. One more step of your horse, and that home will disappear. Do you gaze behind you at this place or not?
Luckily, I'm sitting side saddle, so I can see. I can see both ways right now. And yes, I do glance back one last time. But it's cold, I'm wet, I'm distracted, I'm feeling things I haven't felt in a long time, if not ever. I'm feeling depressed, I think, unclear of what my goal is. But buoyed by Tyranny's yelling at me, I feel like answers lay ahead, and that even though my family might have misled me, the truth of the universe will present itself to me. And so I shift my gaze forward with hope and say a quick prayer as we cross the threshold.
Regardless of what you've learned about the nature of your family's creed, there is always some comfort in ritual. Tyranny. The same is posed to you. You venture forth now, having advised boldness and decisive action. And now the reign of this world, a world in which you were not born, falls upon your brow. Do you look back at the city you now leave, or do your eyes stay fixed in the same direction as Wick's?
My eyes are on my tail that Wick is gripping so hard, and my ears are wet, and I do look back, realizing that every opportunity I have had to leave the House of the Candescent Creed has been a really big party for me. I love to be out, and I love to meet people, and I love to see the goings-on of the city around me. This time doesn't feel so good. And I'm realizing as I sort of like shake some rain off of my little floppy ears that I am maybe a little bit more domesticated than I once thought I was.
Doing the right thing, that's supposed to come with immediate rewards, right? Otherwise, what makes it the right thing? Certainly your material conditions having immediately deteriorated past the point of familiarity. That can't be what good deeds are rewarded with. If that were the case, then people would be behaving selfishly all the time. Your ears slick to the side of your head, so soaked with rain, drooping down, matching the verticality of your horns, like a giant middle finger pointed to the sky overhead. Kattigan, you're returning to Timony. What's on your mind as you make your way back to where you have so long dwelled?
What's on my mind? Not a lot. Kattigan's in his body. He doesn't have much, except for sensations. And he's watching his friend at the front of the pack, leading everyone, and he's hung back. He's chewing on a little bit of root in his mouth. And the rain is bringing him back to his senses from the drink in the city. And he's starting to come alive. And his heart rate's starting to race, and he knows this feeling, and it's a feeling of a hunt. And he's starting to feel good and excited. And excited is rare and strange for him. And as he rides a little bit harder off to the left, a little rush in the bush, and a quail sort of comes out of the bush, and Wolfric just jumps out of the bush, snatches it, runs alongside him, shakes it, and almost like a little smile, the way a dog can smile only after it's killed something, back off in the brush. And for a moment, he's really excited because, this is where he wants to be and he didn't know. And as he looks up front, everything feels dour, but he feels excited. And he notices between the two of them that both of their water skins are empty. And he chuckles to himself. And he kicks his horse a little faster by them, and as he rides by, he pops off the top of both their water skins so the rain can lead in while it's running. And then just takes off. Yeah.
I think we're in good hands.
Kattigan, this is the very beginning of our soldiers' table. And this is where big decisions and big roles happen. I'm going to need a survival check. An individual can volunteer to make it, but I would ask if we do a group check that everybody only roll if they have proficiency in survival.
Perfect. I have a +1. Proficiency? No?
Not as good as it could be.
You are proficient.
I am proficient,
I do,
yes.
and I have a +4.
Do it.
I would leave it to him.
You probably have
+5.
I have a +5 and I'm proficient.
Rollies between you two to figure
Yeah,
out
so
who's
you got
going to do it.
+5?
Or we
I mean,
just both,
or
we both roll. We're both.
He's done this.
You guys
before.
can both roll. So we'll roll a group check, which with a small group of only 2. Reminder that Wolfric is going to give you the help action here, which
that's
he
right.
is able to do.
Yeah, sick.
And
Thank
we're going to roll as a group, which means that we take the higher of the 2.
Oh, great.
So,
Okay.
but I will tell you, You are riding in the rain at the gate of a massive city. Tracks intermingle, wagon wheels cut gouts into the road itself. Finding these tracks will be next to impossible in the night, in the rain. The difficulty for finding all sets of tracks is going to be the highest difficulty that the game says, which is a 30. Finding one of them is going to be a 25, and finding some clue that lets you at least rule out some bad options will be a difficulty of 20. So, 30, 25, 20.
Somebody have guidance?
Even if I did, I don't think I'm paying much attention.
We're going to go ahead and roll because...
We gotta roll like a 20. You gotta roll a crit in order to make this happen.
Why don't we just do it?
Here we go.
Don't have to. You get to.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
And you're rolling with advantage, Kattigan, remember?
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
because I
you
had the
get
help
advantage.
action.
Okay, great.
That was okay. That is good. With the +4, it's 19.
19.
Oh, I rolled so
bad. One away. Riding off into the rain, Kattigan. Water. Hoof prints. Boot prints. Looking out. When the trail goes cold, a determined hunter has to move from what he can see to what he knows. You will have to think of what the choices Sid would have made were. And then you'll have to think if those choices would have been knowable by those who pursue him with deadly intent. And we'll get into that on tonight's episode of Critical Role.
It stings! I forgot I do have guidance.
Ashley, what was it like outside when Vaelus was at her happiest?
There was a lot of light, a lot of sun. Vaelus was always outside. Sunning, dancing, not a care in the world, freer and lighter than we've seen her, the hope of youth, and she hasn't felt the loss, and she just feels lighter and freer.
Something as light as a ribbon, made of pure silk, white and red and gold and blue, twining and twining and twining in a dance. A massive, carved, moss-covered pole as your sister Maywin looks at you and goes, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, under and over and under and over, braiding and braiding and braiding as you dance in this glade, moss under your bare feet. And suddenly, a small globe of light as your brother, Arthas, bam! Just clothesline into your sister, tumbling over her as he catches something thrown from the woodline. And she goes, "You, Claude, you oaf! We had the dances tomorrow. The spring ritual is tomorrow." He catches it and says, I won. Your brother, you see he has golden and green skin that merges up almost into what would look like the sort of bright red hair. Your sister is sort of lavender and then bright spring yellow, but you see her face flushes with red as she looks at him and says, "Keep your game to the woods where it belongs." You see a number of elven youths from the woodline go, Sorry.
Come on!
You see, they say, "You want to come play with us?"
Yes, I do! But I can't!
Your brother looks down and says, "You could, you know. You know the dance well enough."
Maywin,
Don't.
please. Just for a little bit.
She looks.
I know all of the moves. I know everything I'm supposed to do. Please.
She looks at you. 3, 2, One grabs the ball from your brother and says, "Go long!"
Book it. Take off, bare feet. Just so used to running outside, stepping on rocks, just light as air.
You see that where you run, you and your sister leaving from this ceremony of Salandri, your mother, the goddess of life, you wonder if your goddess would be cross at you for abandoning this ritual. But looking behind you in your footsteps, flowers bloom wherever your feet walk. You, at the end of play, sweat across your brow. You see these young elven youths, their hair and skin red and gold and violet and green and purple and every color floral, like a forest or a garden in bloom. And you look out and see your mother smiling at you as you collapse. She brings a silver platter of fruit. Off in the distance, you hear the voice of your father. She looks at you, your brother. I'm so tired. And you see that she puts this food in front of you.
Oh, this looks delicious.
Ever ready, you need your energy for tomorrow, so eat up.
I just pile in, just a mess, just taking in the food.
Juice running down your chin. She looks at you and says, touches her temples, and you see her eyes go white for a moment. She smiles. You're very young, but I should probably teach you how to remember.
What will I need to remember for her?
She says, I myself am 600 years of age, and when a moment is perfect, I just like to remember it. And you see, looking at her 3 children, she smiles, her eyes go white again as she remembers this moment. With no sleep, it's so important to remember. And what I would like, Vaelus, how many times in your nightly trances have you tried to remember that moment?
Every single night.
In your trance, you know the threat. Over centuries, you can lose moments like that. Too many years. An arrow flying from a bow must be kept straight if its flight is to last for centuries. You can't forget who you are. And as you look across this small, humble room in this inn in the Dvalmar Pass, you see a shape across from you, staring into the dark. Occtis. Everyone else has gone to bed.
Yeah. I'm not really tired, though. I haven't been in a while.
You can bring yourself back from death. It's extraordinary. But you cannot make yourself fall asleep.
Amen. Do I see that Vaelus is awake?
You do.
Sorry if I'm keeping you up.
No, it's nice to have company.
I just...
You stopped sleeping.
I guess it's... I just haven't been tired. Or I'm always tired. I don't know which one.
I've always thought sleep was a waste of time anyway.
Yeah, I can see how that would... Do you not sleep?
Not really. I sort of go elsewhere.
Yeah.
I dream. I think about time past. Try to remember.
Okay. That's, hopeful, I guess.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Nearby, Julien, Thaisha, and Aranessa slumber. You cannot. You don't know if you're okay, but at least there's somebody else here that cannot rest. And we'll return to other adventures in the land of Ahriman. In the great hall of the Pentevral, fanning out through many seats, are assembled students, researchers, faculty, staff. Hushed noises, paper fluttering, familiars getting into their places in the rafters. A dwarven woman ascends a small series of steps to a lectern, looking out over the great hall. Here where some of the greatest lessons in the Pentevral's history have been given. Dean Cora Keplin-Weisreck. Her platinum blonde hair sculpted as stonework around her head in rolls and beautiful array. Red lipstick, well-done face, gown, rough, like a governess, looks out. Today, at my inauguration as Dean of the Pentevral, it occurs to me to speak words of acknowledgement, kindness, and admiration for Dean Euripides Tallbarrel. Applause goes up. His term as the 4th Dean of the Pentevral will always be remembered as when the beginning of a truly great era found its nascency. And as the 5th Dean of the Pentevral, I'd like to talk about the number 5. We move in the back. We see, where do we see Murray up to here at the Great Hall?
Murray's like, I can't hear. I want to be able to use this against her later. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me.
Highly irregular.
That's my seat. Sorry. Move.
There's open seats in the back.
Shut up.
Across town at the Arcanod, walking through beautiful marble halls, a Bolaire Lethalia walks as the Lord Temide Wernst speaks to the Lady Amaria Dason Cormorey, saying, it's absolutely stunning, of course. I mean, the building itself is exemplary. She keeps her eyes ever trained on you, Bolaire, marveling at Shay's blade, the last of the pariah blades, hanging in its place of honor here in the heart of the Loywing. The sword that killed the first god to die in Ahriman.
Stunning, isn't it?
Remarkably mundane.
Well, I suppose that was the whole point of it, really. Bringing something mundane to something celestial, something beyond. One was inevitably going to triumph over the other. This is fake, of course.
What?
Oh yes, we wouldn't leave anything that expensive and that rare where anybody could touch it, break it.
Oh. Well, it's just this beautiful exhibit all around it. It just seemed so real.
Well, it's very close to real, but there's only one way to know if you could actually tell the difference. And for someone of your standing.
How interesting.
Would you like to see the real one?
I very much would, Master Lethalia.
It's the least I can do after making you come back, after everything ridiculous that went on last night.
As she walks away, she smiles, nodding to you. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check if you'd be so kind.
Really? 9.
Walking beside you, she says, "Your kindness in this regard is deeply appreciated. The pariah blades, you said celestial. Were they capable of harming celestials, or only the gods themselves?"
Well, no one really knows. I have my own theories, and I do put them forward.
By all means, Master Lethalia, put them forward.
There's so much we don't know about... Despite it only being 80, 90 years, not that long ago, there were battles that were barely seen, few survivors, and we have so little information about what actually happened. There's so much we don't know.
It's a marvel you've recovered all of the blades.
Well, it helps that we are funded by the family that made them.
Delightful.
But yes, they are... There's something about the weight of reality. I believe the weight of reality can crush most things.
Well, it seems that much of the real has been gathered here in this place.
Thank you.
I would love to see some of this. And you have some of the other divine, or I should say undivine weaponry here, yes?
Oh, they vary quite a bit in make and form. Each god and goddess had their own weakness, as it were.
Yes.
The thing that undid them.
Mysteries abound.
Always.
And we've still no understanding of how the trickster died.
That's the trouble with that one. It was a very, very large piece of destruction. We know where it happened. It was one of the sacred theaters, and there were no survivors. It took everything. It's just a crater where that theater used to be. No record, no survivors, and the few people that made whatever weapon that was died very early in the war.
Sacred theaters. Have you ever met Hallandil Fang?
Yes, a few times. Why?
We move from the Arcanod back to the Penteveral. In the wizardly practice of numerology, the number 5 constitutes a very powerful number, prime. And as 5th Dean of the Penteveral, I would like to thank our noble representatives of the 5 sundered houses. Today we are announcing the Cormoré Scholarship for Arcane Service that will enable us to teach even more eager pupils than we ever have in the history of the Penteveral.
Shut up.
Don't tell me to shut up. You see that, she says, 5 deans, 5 architects of the Penteveral, like fingers on a hand.
Oh, gods.
You see her eyes dart to you, and you get a message cantrip in your head that says, "Keep it to yourself, Murray. I want to see you in my office after all this is done."
I'm sure you do.
Old ways are dying. We represent nothing if not the triumph of the new. She leaves the lectern. My office.
5 fingers.
And we will return elsewhere in Ahriman. In a small roadside inn, most of the way through the Dvalmar Pass, headed east, as you and your companions seek answers to the visions seen by the late Occtis Taconis, since reanimated. The lady of House Royce is curled up in bed next to Thaisha Loy. Where do we find Julien in this room?
I think within these comparably tight quarters, Julien has a chair leaning against the door entry to the chamber and is sitting in it, kind of half resting, half conscious.
Elsewhere in the tavern, you hear what sounds like maybe Occtis and Vaelus, who, due to very different circumstances, do not need 8 hours of rest per night. Thaisha, you wake up slightly as you can feel Aranessa shivering next to you.
I look down. Bad habit. I've absolutely bogarted this blanket, so I'm just gonna slowly kind of give it back. And I think without trying to do too much magic about it, she's just trying to use a little bit of arcane like warmth to her hands to try to like heat the blanket as she's tucking Aranessa in.
Tucking Aranessa in, your hand passes over her ribs on the side of her chest, and you can feel her ribs slightly exposed and realize that you haven't seen Aranessa like drink water or eat in like a couple days. Her composure has been like through the roof. She's been very, very composed, but I think you realize that she's living in a degree of panic that she has not been able to like keep anything down or move through the world in any kind of like reasonable way. You see that she's like struggling, sick.
I'm gonna kind of like pop my head up. Do you look... Oh, and you're up. She needs... I'm gonna try to like get out of bed as without disrupting her too much more and kind of pad over to you. She needs to eat.
I know she's had some... Her mind has been elsewhere, but I think you're right.
It's been... I can't imagine what the two of you are going through right now. Both of you. Can I get you anything?
Let's get her something to eat, and you can give me something to drink.
Okay. And I'm gonna like clap you on the shoulder with those hands that are just a little too warm, I think, at this point. Be right back. Goodbye. And just slip out and try to go down to the tavern to try to get some food and something to drink.
Make sure the window is locked.
Window's locked. Heading downstairs. It's a late hour, but you guys are able to get some food ready at this moment. There's like a very, this is a roadside tavern, one of the main highways from the fallen empire of Aberdemia to Kahad. So there's meat and bread and plenty of potatoes and things left over from earlier today. You're able to get plates and come upstairs. And Julien, not necessarily to your liking, but there is a sort of room temperature dwarven ale here at your disposal.
I guess cannot be choosers. I will see if I can muster whatever healthy servings can be amassed for Aranessa, and probably realize as I'm doing so that I have barely eaten myself, and snack a bit, but begin to lean more heavily into the ale when it arrives.
I think Thaisha can't help herself, but like as she sees that you're like trying to portion more out for her, she's gonna try to like push it back towards you. Like, we can order more. Just eat. And at least that's not Yargras. Do they have that here? Are we finally free?
Sitting up in bed, Aranessa turns, wipes her eyes, sees the plate before her. Oh. I've had a hard time. I've lost my appetite, I think.
I know. My lady, for the sake of not propriety, but we're going to be on the road for a while. You need your strength.
She puts a potato in her mouth and chews it very slowly. You can see the familiar It's just the queasiness of fear, of it's not something in her spine is telling her that at any moment she will have to run for her life. And that's not something that tends to make you hungry. She looks up, sensing Julien near the foot of the bed. She looks up and goes, when the Royces die, we were told that, should we wish it, a golden boat would bear us across a bright river to Ferry. I don't know if that ferry is still running. Forgive my religious ignorance. Do you think he's already been reborn?
Yes. There's something I don't talk about very often. When I meet someone, usually I get a bit of an idea, an animal that they remind me of. And maybe it's a bit on the nose that Viazi always reminded me of a falcon. Mostly because of that loud screech.
He had a really specific laugh.
Right?
Yeah.
And it was just such a long hop. When we first set on the road, I don't think we had been traveling for more than a couple hours. I heard that loud screech again. And I like to think that he's back. And he was letting me know that it's okay.
My lady. If the boats are not ready, then we will endure until those doors open again. And to endure, we must eat. We must have our strength. For you to rise, and for me to punish. Whatever it takes. And he slowly reaches out and takes another piece of that potato, studies it a moment, puts it in his mouth and slowly chews the flavorless morsel in a sort of
humble fare.
I think with that little bow, I'm gonna just push Julien towards the bed. You have to punish, that means you need sleep. And I can block a door as well as anyone else.
I figured I could sleep when the boy did, but he's more restless than I anticipated.
You get into the bed. You see Lady Aranessa looks at you on the other side of the bed and goes, "They killed our family. And now we smell like potatoes."
Not all of them.
I wouldn't be frightened to look for that golden boat if you were by my side, Julien.
There is nowhere else I would consider being.
To strength, and I suppose punishment. And she closes her eyes. And we will return here on another episode of Critical Role. A frenzy of activity, wagons coming to and fro, loaded with material. You see ranks and ranks of Revolutionary Guard stationed in one of the main courtyards of the Brethren Hall. Azune, you are slightly behind a balcony on a second story of one of these larger keeps of the Brethren Hall as you see Herondis Einfasen standing before the assembled guards, says, "To those of you who have proudly served the Revolutionary Guard, you are dismissed of your service effective immediately. Generous compensation for the ending of your employment will be presented to you at the gate. Your exit is here. Those of your equipment which were provided by the Revolutionary Guard can be deposited in this wagon to your left. The city and its attendant Lord's Advisory thank you for your service. That is all." He turns, leaves the balcony, and walks down into the hall where you and Captain Azir both are waiting. He turns to you and says, "Well, today will be a very busy one. Lieutenant Nayar."
Yes, sir.
I trust that you would do me the honor of showing me through some of the attendant offices of the Arcane Marshals.
It would be my pleasure to do so, my lord.
Thank you very much. You see that he goes and speaks quickly to one of his attendants who goes out to the yard where you see a bunch of sort of dazed Revolutionary Guardsmen just sort of staring around. That probably more than half of the city's guard was standing out in that courtyard.
Amongst those that were dismissed?
Dismissed.
I think I'm studying the sea of these people. My understanding is that the Arcane Marshal's office has been kept intact, and as far as I know.
You walk in and see that all of your companions, your fellow marshals, are all standing there, looking, for the most part, still here.
Of those that were dismissed, did any stand out to me as particularly upset or angry?
I mean, a lot of them.
Okay, good.
Yeah. A lot of them.
Walking into the Arcane Marshals, I'm ushering in Lord Einfasen. As I'm walking past, I will look into other offices just to see, is that one empty? Mm-hmm. Is this one empty?
You walk through, and I think you see that Constance, who was your record keeper, is no longer here.
My lord,
yes.
I noticed that a record keeper has been amongst those dismissed.
We are going to consolidate the record keeping of the remaining Revolutionary Guard into a central branch.
Understood.
We cut to a separate area of the city. Wagons moving to and fro. Effort shouting, over here, as tapestries, fabrics, tall sort of flats. You see a tremendous push of effort as construction begins, hammering on nails, as an enormous flat showing a sculptural but also largely painted backdrop of an ancient orcish castle, painted with ash and soot, a fiery sky overhead. Where do we see Hal in this moment?
Hal has stopped in at the Hallowed Round only for a short time, maybe 30 minutes or so, to see how the production is coming. We're getting closer to an open of this production, and Nevada Anza is directing this performance, so I'm just here to get a beat on things, distracted as I am, as we all are, with other things. Still have to keep the lights on.
Walking up to the stage, you see off in a corner Shadia is busy with some paint. You see that looking out, you see that she goes, "Dad, what do you think about Vokian Mirzat right here? It's the first play we're putting up, so I think putting him in the front row on the outside of this box." You see that she has this figure of a orcish hero that precedes the Shaper's War by about 100 years in one of many failed orcish rebellions against Osgra. And you can see that there is this, she's painted this really handsome looking orcish general who's like has a fist raised with like a shattered blade in his hand, and you can see behind him other orcs rising up against this like fiery sky. She goes,
"Run with it. I like your idea from the other day. We start with the most recent and then let history stretch on out into the periphery."
I love it. Okay, great. And we can these are changeable. We can move the panels, but yes, I think this is a great place. You hear feel like a little tap on your shoulder as Nevada turns around and says, Hal, I have a big problem for you. I don't think we're feeding the actors enough.
Oh?
No, because Lash is eating the goddamn scenery, okay? It's a travesty. We don't need a dramatic pause on every sentence. And he keeps cheating to his best angle when it doesn't make sense.
I don't want to step on your toes. May I?
But, well, he won't listen to me, so God forbid an actor, or sorry, Shaper forbid an actor, or you understand what I'm saying. He's a menace. I can't do my job.
The story we are telling here is called Kotherai.
You see people hush, the work stops.
Heretics. The other nuance to that word is renegade. Walk over to Lash, walk up onto stage. Renegade. Yeah? He is not facing inward. He is standing here, facing down these holy men, and now the Rangjani, who have turned on him as well in this crucial moment. And he is not caving in. He is a renegade. And his confidence is key here. He is content to stand with his choice. Was his blood being spilled here on this spot? This actual spot. Was it for nothing?
No. Outward.
So, Lash, we're not going to play for pity. You will hold yourself high and speak the truth. What a gift we have here under a clear blue sky to tell Mirzat's story and tell the truth for once in some place here today. And I place my palms and my fingers sort of on his collarbone over his shoulder. Let's take a breath. Everyone. Yeah? And on the second large inhale, as the entire company of 30 to 40 people breathe out, swipe my hands away. Pat him on the cheek. You've got this. And in effect, cast Enhance Ability and augment his charisma. Nevada. Sorry. As you were. Sorry. Edar, Chorus, make sure that you anticipate the turn just a hair more and carry him in.
Got it.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll carry him in. It's just, the pauses make that hard to, the pauses make it. We'll do it.
Suck out the air.
Okay.
I wink at Shadia over his shoulder and climb halfway back up into the audience and watch everyone scurrying about. And I watch the other actors with knives drawn for our central character and just feel a little shiver run down my back at the unintentional coincidence.
Mm-hmm. The long knives come out. You feel the weight of the liar's blade at your side, watching. Back to one, everyone! We return back to the Brethren Hall as Lord Einfazen looks at your particular office here. It says, exemplary work here, Lieutenant Naya. Your record keeping is absolutely fastidious. I appreciate the care and attention to detail. Coordination is the hallmark of any military endeavor. And it is, I think, important that the various organs of the city begin to act in concert with each other. May I ask something to you?
Of course.
Have you observed in your time here working in the city any areas of laxity where the Revolutionary Council has been made aware of arcane threats to the city and chosen not to act?
Not to my knowledge, my lord. Is this something you want us to double our efforts in observing? Has there been evidence of this that you are aware of?
No, but I appreciate the eagerness with which you offer to double your efforts. Is it such an easy thing to double your efforts?
I believe that we are of the mindset that whatever must be done in service to the city is what shall be done.
He furrows his brow and says, if it is no great task to double your efforts, then I would like to see them doubled anyway.
I will see what assignments I can move around to make room for this particular task.
I appreciate it. Is there any clarity I can provide to you in what is expected of you, Lieutenant Naya?
Not at this moment, my lord. If there's any further need of me, you know where to find me.
I do. Best of luck with your patrol today, Lieutenant. As he turns to walk out, he looks out and says, sort of pausing in the doorway, you've arrived at this station quite early in your lifespan.
Is that so?
It would seem to me.
I know not how to respond to that, my lord. I do my best.
Did you enter military service at a rather young age?
I did.
Would I have heard of any of your military endeavors?
I don't think so. I was quite young.
Very well. I wish you all the best. It is good to know that there are those who see the force of the movement of great events and find themselves at peace with these changes. He removes himself. We return back to the theater as you feel Hal in this moment looking out. Seeing Nevada say, everyone, listen to your producer. As he said, strong choice, and that's choice singular, all right? You see that looking out, Lash begins to speak. The knives are out. I'm not afraid. And if I am to die, and launches into the version of the speech, outward, broad, fast, throughout the city, and you can hear the voice booming across the vast rooftops of Dolmakyar. And we'll return to this story in another episode of Critical Role. Sunset in Dolmakyar. 2 days ago, Thiazi Fang was executed. Yesterday, late into the night, going into the wee hours of today, this morning, you bid farewell to a group of your allies, companions, friends, and family headed north after Casimir Gavendale and Sid Pridesire, and you said goodbye to some companions headed east with a newly reanimated Occtis Taconis. Stone of Night Song vanishing into the east. All of you head from various institutions to the Seven Stars in the Rookery. Azune, leaving the Brethren Hall, you look out. It's the end of the day. In addition to those that were dismissed, many resignations have piled up today. And as you leave the Brethren Hall, you look and see a small open-walled tent at the edge of the marketplace, right outside the Brethren Hall. with a banner saying the Sons of Dawn on it. And you see some small symbols of the Candescent Creed and some dismissed Revolutionary Guard being hailed by what looks to be a mercenary company, signing people up for work.
Is this mercenary company familiar to me?
Give me a history check. Call it DC 12.
Okay. 8.
You have not heard of them before. But you recognize the marks of the Candescent Creed.
I sure do.
Bolaire. Deep in the bowels of the Arcanaud, where is the blade of Shay Claw kept? The last of the pariah blades.
Well, there are several of them, and we have them separated and not saved in the same place, just in case we do get robbed. I go to the one that is easiest to get to, which is down in the archives, which are supposed to be off limits to everybody, but enough money can get you in a lot of places. And it's stuck in what looks like, if you know what an art filing cabinet is, with these very thin metal drawers that pull out, and they have labels on them, and it is mislabeled. And I open it, and it is sat in a layer of very fine sand that has been pressed and molded so that it can only hold this, and there is no movement possible for this sword.
The Lady Cormorant looks at it. May I touch it?
Of course.
She does not go to lift the sword.
It would be hard to.
She traces her finger along the blade, across the fuller, gets to the point of the sword, and pushes down on it until it pricks her finger.
Are you all right? Do you need anything? Oh dear,
No. All right. A little bit of blood on the blade, I'm sorry. You see that she says, I can clean it if you'd like.
Oh, I've got it. And I use... I hold my face in a couple places, and I use prestidigitation to clean the blade before putting it away with great fanfare.
Beg your pardon. The moment seized me. I simply thought how interesting it would be to add an injury to the story of this blade.
It is something to touch history. It connects us. I understand the desire. I would be a little bit more careful. Some of these objects can become difficult. We actually, I'm sure you will notice, you can always, I would say, identify people who work here, the archivist, because they tend to have injuries related to their work. Rosadella, who is currently upstairs, lost both her hands in a mechanism that we did not know was a short teleportation spell. Thankfully, we have these wonderful pieces that she gets to use called the Aether's Grasp braces, I believe we call them. So she gets invisible hands.
How challenging would it be for the Loy Wing to change halls with the Celadine Wing?
Oh, honestly, it might be cheaper to just build a new wing.
That can be arranged. You see, she says, I'm sorry. My time here is at an end, but I would love anything in writing about the actual logistical hurdle of what it would mean to move the artifacts here to the current location of the Celadine Wing.
Would I have to be in contact with the people who run the Celadine, or would this be something I could handle myself?
Collaboration would be greatly appreciated. And she turns to leave with Temide Wornst, leaving Bolaire to attend to his normal duties. Murray, you are seated back in the office, which no longer has a tiny little desk on top of a big one. Steen Cora looks at you. Your politics are as plain as the gems in your mouth.
So are yours.
Murray, we want a little bit of continuity here at the Penteveral. It can't all get turned on its head overnight. If you continue to telegraph your disappointment, you will force my hand. What is it you need in order to do your job?
No interference.
Can the same be expected in return?
You tell me. Seems like the Sundered Houses have quite the agenda coming in here.
Their agenda is not your job. Your job is to manage the equipment and material needs of the various departments of this university.
My job is to look after...
I'll tell you what your job is. That's what just changed today, Murray. I'll tell you. Now, if that's a problem, I'm not afraid to make a big mess. You got a lot of friends here, and none of them matter. So you tell me how we play it.
Yep. I'll be good.
I'm glad to hear that. Euripides had a long leash. He was a very sweet old halfling man. I know you. I'm like you, even if you don't want to see it. I made my way here on my own, too. I'm not about to lose this opportunity.
I recommend that you keep that one of your 5 fingers out of my face next time. But understood and heard.
Thank you, Murray. That'll be all.
As Murray walks to the door, she turns around. We have 10 fingers, by the way. And then she leaves.
Give me an insight check.
Disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oop. Whoop. Why did you just... Okay. Ooh, it was almost good. 7.
7.
Disadvantage.
7. Walking out from there, there is a thick silence that you cannot interpret. Hal, you and Shadia leave from a great day of rehearsal. The company is coming together. Kotheri, Heretics, Renegades, a play partially based in history. You'll be ready for your opening, which is at this rate next week. But you'll be ready for it. Today you saw what you needed to see to feel like things were on track. And stepping out of one of the sort of wooden side buildings of the new hallowed round, you walk a little ways out into Tintazi Wood with Shadia, and you look out and see these small sort of little obelisk-like cairn stones, and see that there is a plot that is ready. You can see that they've marked it, and they'll start to freshly dig it tomorrow. It hasn't been dug yet, but you see there's a small plot there, and Shadia puts a hand on your shoulder.
Well, kiddo, I love you.
I love you too, Dad. Play's really great today. I think it's really fun. There's that part where the God of War comes out and he keeps getting his speech interrupted when me and the other acrobats keep falling out of that tower of chairs. There's like I think it's nice that I think a lot of people will never have seen like a play before and doing some like juggling. I really appreciate being involved.
Well, a little levity helps the medicine go down, huh?
Yeah.
I had a thought. Your little sister, I think, could use you in her days a little more right now, with all of this uncertainty, you know? And I wondered if you, provided Elodie's all right with it, I can't see why she wouldn't be, stay at the Divine House for now, for a bit.
Yeah. It's easier to commute to the theater.
Yeah, and we'll see each other every day, check in, and push this beast over the hill, get it open on time.
Dad, why did you start wearing Uncle Thiazi's sword?
I think it's because I don't want him to be gone. Something to hold on to. Not the same as holding on to you. Or holding on to him, but...
She gives you a big hug. Let me ask, is that the truth or is that a lie? Is that the reason you wear the sword?
It is part of the truth.
As you think about the two faces on that sword that can be seen two different ways, and think about the fictional, the play, this work of artifice you are creating, and that you told a bunch of actors to try and tell the truth, you wonder what it means to say something that's part of the truth and not the whole thing. As night descends on Dolmakyar, 4 figures make their way to the 7 stars. A beautiful tavern with a deep processional sort of area, many different circular tables, raised wings. It's quite a large restaurant and tavern, actually. And this is one of the places in a big city like Dolmakyar that is not an inn and a tavern. It is fully a tavern. It is a place of revelry, white walls, dark wooden beams, hardwood floors, and you see there's a place for musicians to play. You can barely even hear the music over the din of people eating and talking and laughing. And in the back, a small staircase rises up to an aviary that is kept with a large number of homing pigeons. There are some trained corvids in this place. Even off in a corner, you see a couple hunting birds, maybe 1 or 2 falcons kept off in cages. A lot of people in the rookery keep their birds here for a small fee to the 7 stars that, looks after them, feeds them. And, a bird capable of carrying messages or hunting is not something you typically use every day. You see this gentleman, Lockmere Willows, who has a little bit of human ancestry and a little bit of gnomish ancestry. You see that he sort of opens the door, sort of wavy, silvery hair, almost a little point to his ears. Bartender's apron. You see he's got his cuffs pulled up and buttoned with a couple of little bartender's tools around the waist, one by one, ushering you all up this back staircase and you see that there is a small table set here in the aviary, a few candles lit here in the dark where you can see people approaching through the cages, but they cannot, due to the obfuscation, see you.
Well, I'm fucked. How was your day?
Keep on keeping on.
Murray just like breaks after everything. She finally just lets it all go.
I pull a hanky.
Could you bring up a round for us? Keep the tab open.
I'll keep a tab open. You stay up here for as long as you like. It's all of Dolmakiar's finest hospitality here at the Seven Stars.
We'll need it.
And we will return to this meeting at the Seven Stars on another episode of Critical Role. 3 days of travel have elapsed as your band has made your way east through the Dvalmar Pass, through the ancestral dwarven lands of Kavros. Tall mountains peaked in snow. The wind whips through the mountains, especially as you begin your descent from the sort of summit of the pass, high in the middle of your journey. It's 3 days across the pass, and descending now, the cold winds of Helvar that are whipped up across the vastness of the endless night, the cold, frigid air of a land that does not know the touch of the sun. And of course, the storm rack to your south, hearing endlessly the fall of eternal rain on mountains that have known a ceaseless storm for 70 years. Towards the eastern edge of the pass, what state do we find our adventurers in, making their way under heavy cloaks, some of you disguising your noble lineage, unsure what dangers possibly await you here on the road?
It's, Julien likely looks, not quite as rough as you probably in realistic sense, but...
Too soon.
I know. But I'd say at the very least, he's not gotten much sleep in recent days, trying to remain as vigilant as possible for a number of folks within this grouping, and is showing a bit of wear on his face. As the cold wind hits, he kind of bundles up heavily. He's kept himself quite heavily obscured from any recognition. His markings of his house all removed and kept away from any passing eyes. He's also been, I say, along the ride, probably keeping vigilant eye on the road ahead and kind of helping scout where need be, though likely probably challenged at times by other capable people.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
At this point, I think we just kind of let him do it a little bit because he's got to have something.
How's Thaisha looking?
I think the first 2 days were Taisha's mourning period. Every time she leaves Dolmakiar, she has to put down the version of herself that was with Hal and her kids and the world and family and life that she knew. But right around day 3, especially with the storm and the cold and how uncomfortable she is now, this is the opposite of home, and Thaisha is becoming herself again. So she's actually a little more chipper. She's whistling birdsong for like local fauna that's here, and occasionally wants to go and help scout ahead, but you're doing a very good job, so she's gonna let you continue to do that. And mostly will stay tight to Aranessa and will help keep an eye on her because she knows the other travel companions are a little more self-sufficient out here on the road.
How's Vaelus looking?
Vaelus sort of takes up the back of the group and is constantly scanning, just never stopping. Very much used to traveling these parts and going on long journeys like this alone. So having companions here is weird and new and different. But the few days that I've spent with these people and seeing what they've been going through, she's trying very hard to maintain distance and not get close.
Aranessa bears the name of a house that rose up against the god of the sun. And I think that she keeps a polite distance as well. I think maybe she's offered you to pour your goblet one of these nights at a roadside inn. And that's about the extent of the warmth that she has shown.
Fair enough.
Occtis.
I think everything around Occtis is in soft focus right now, these last couple days, as he's internalizing and trying to understand what happened to him in the best way he can, which is intellectualizing it. And so unless someone directly speaks to him or he has to do something, he's constantly dealing with what's new, the fact that he knows it's cold, but he doesn't feel cold like a person feels cold anymore. Like he's not worried that he's going to die from exposure because he's not going to. Just all these little things that keep popping into his head as he goes, where his hands are cold, he doesn't see his breath in the storm, things like that.
Looking down, the Dvalmar Pass is a ancient dwarven-made highway. It runs over the top of the mountains and is of sort of a strange type in that it is a gift. The dwarves' roads ran deep beneath the mountains. They needed this path for nothing at all. But in sort of ancient times created this road such that there would be a way for the Oberdemian Empire to come and aid them at the western edge of their border. It was made for the human might of the old Oberdemian Empire to come west. And thus, this ancient part of it is much grander and filled with these sort of ancient dwarven statues. The last, 30 or 40 miles of it are kind of newer because it terminated far in advance of the ancient walls of Dol Makyar, where countless mountain battle sites watched dwarven and human allies crash against the orcish shield wall of Dol Makyar for countless ages of war that occurred over and over and over again. So interesting to take that first day's travel through the new pass built by the Revolutionary Council when the peoples of Ahriman were united against the gods. And here you find the old pass for a different purpose and a different chapter in history. As the mountain pass winds down, you see dwarven statues. These ones less grandiose than the ones at the Guardian Wall in Dol Makyar. These ones are a little bit more stout and made of sort of blocks placed together, but of dwarven soldiers that mark the way to the west. And you see at the base of the statues is the dwarven word for courage over and over again. Looking down, snow gripping the road here, you see that, like the pass has many places, small inns, general stores. You can't really go more than an hour's journey. Even through parts of the wilderness, you'll travel for an hour or two, and another shop will be there or something else, because all of the wealth of Kahad and the sundered houses funnels like an artery through this pass. Looking down here, you see that there appears to be a snowfall or some kind of collapse in the mountains that has momentarily blocked the road. And you can see that there is a few dwarven guards that point up to an attendant pass off the mountainside, directing people around the landfall. Some people are moving through. It seems that there's still enough space for the main pass to be useful, but you do see some banners down there. Anyone who wants to can give me a perception check.
Take it as I'm saying.
Not okay. We're okay. 17.
16.
16. On a 16, Thaisha, you look down and see some banners of what looks to be the Revolutionary Council down there. Occtis, you see one banner of your house flying down there.
We don't go down there. We shouldn't go down there.
Why?
Family.
Oh, why on earth would that be a problem? I'm just kidding.
Is that the first joke I've ever heard? Okay.
Make jokes all the time. We don't know each other that well yet.
All right. You've been in the back.
Do you recognize any family present?
Not that I can see, but I do see the banner.
Down, boy. Mm-mm. Too soon.
I know what you want. If they were there, I'd tell you.
I hope you would. Just be vigilant. I will as well.
Do any of you read Dwarven? Speak or read Dwarven?
Do I? No.
No!
You see some words.
Help.
I know.
You see some words in Dwarven as you pass by. And you see riding around, there's a small village, Adzar, dwarven village that has a pass that joins the Dvalmar here, and then a longer mountain pass that goes around that is not moving a little bit faster, essentially. It's a little detour to get around the collapse away from where this Taconis banner is flying. It will only add probably like 2 hours to your trip, but it'll get you away from where you need to go. Moving through Adzar, which is a small little dwarven trading village and has some views of these storm-racked southern mountains. It might have been beautiful once upon a time. Now it's sort of a grim visage. You see here in this place, facing the storm rack, a massive dwarven cliffside that has several shattered statue bases around, facing to the south here. And you see that hanging, some of them are like more than 100 feet up the cliff wall. This place by the village is filled with lanterns. Silver, tin, some gold, bronze made of various different metals, some glass, some open. And there is dwarven writing all over this place. You see one phrase repeated over and over and over again, but there is a ton of dwarven writing all over the cliff, and many written on the base of the shattered statues.
Are there any people in this little like trading spot?
You see that there is an older dwarven woman who comes up, and you see lights one of the lanterns and is praying at the wall.
Yeah, I'm gonna splinter off. I want to go talk to her.
You go and talk to her. Are you wearing any indication of being a member of the Old Path on you?
I think when she like lowers her hood, she will have something around her forehead, knowing that she'll probably only show her face in cold weather, and very specifically has her cane out.
Gotcha. So these are some symbols of the Old Path, but not any super recognizable ones. You walk up to the old dwarven woman.
Give it a second. Just realized I came in the middle of a. Oh, it's like watching jump rope where you're like, I don't know where to jump in.
She turns to you and goes,
I'm so sorry. I didn't want to interrupt.
She speaks to you in a sort of broken Orcish, a broken Kahadi. She goes, yes, you are lost to the pass collapse.
No.
This path will lead you back to Dvalnar.
Thank you. My name is Thaisha. I'm a druid of the old path.
You see that she sort of moves back for a moment.
Can I insight check her?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
Same thing. 16.
16. She withdraws, and you recognize that you are looking at someone of the faithful.
Then I'm going to try to flag her. Sorry, I was just wondering what the phrase... and I want to point at wherever I see it repeated enough so I can point out the pattern. I mean, no disrespect.
Come back. You see, she looks up, and what does she see on Thaisha's face as she says, come back?
I think it's very quick, but it's not perfectly schooled. It's disgust, and then quickly, trying to look. It's almost condescendingly, neutral, I think is the cover for what is a massive aversion.
Yeah. She recognizes it, and she points to another line of poetry and says, not rain, but tears. And she turns to leave this place. Give me perception with advantage, if you'd be so kind.
Natural 20. Ooh.
These shattered statues of devotees of Trojana, goddess of the forge, were shattered, and you can see that there has now been writing, and these lanterns have been left here as a mark of contrition, atonement, sorrow. On a nat 20 perception, in the shattered bases of the statues, there's something hidden. You look and see behind this wall that where these statues, and it looks like these statues are centuries old and were shattered about a little 65 years ago, something like that. You see behind them, there is something in the base of this wall. And on a 20, you see a bit of writing in Druidic, in a dwarven dialect of Druidic. And recognize that this wall was a holy site of Tehana, who was the primordial of earth, and that these statues were built to deface it.
Yeah. I don't think Thaisha even acknowledges this woman anymore. She is going to storm back to the horse. I don't want to talk.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
I can hear you breathe. I used to hear you breathe.
Yeah. Doesn't really happen anymore. Well, I mean, when I talk, I do have to breathe air across the vocal cords, which cause the sound of... Never mind. What's wrong?
And I explained what I saw.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
I know.
It's not even her fault. She's just so desperate to go back to what they remember, even if it was worse.
Yeah.
My eyes flick over in the direction that I last remember Vaelus being.
I'm just staring this whole time. Have been watching this whole exchange with Thaisha. Never taking my eyes off of her.
Give me a perception check. You can do so with advantage.
It's pretty good.
Let's go.
All right. 24.
Let's go.
You look at Thaisha. You're not taking your eyes off her at all. You realize that a village that cannot help but be forced to see the storm rack would attract a certain kind of person. These are people that do not want to let go. You can recognize that. And I think on that,
hop off my horse.
You hop off your horse.
I would like to walk through some of the shattered statues and sort of peek over to where Thaisha was looking.
Can you speak Druidic?
No.
Can you speak Sylvan?
No.
You see a script that you cannot recognize. You remember the shape of the letters. It is in a different script than the Dwarven written here over and over again. But you point your attention to it. Some kind of writing. Probably it was part of the tradition of Trojna. I mean, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
What are you looking at, Of?
I don't know. There's something here, but I can't read it.
I read Sylvan.
Reading Sylvan, you see it's written in a different language than Sylvan, but it's close enough that you can get some kind of... The words around it are words, but there's a name here. And I think you recognize the name Tahana. Tahana, in some ancient, you had a noble's education. Tahana was the wife of Trojna, the Titan of Earth. And I think you look at it and just see it only was revealed from the destroyed statue here. Aranessa calls out, I think we'd best go. And she looks out and sees the old woman dwarf speaking to what looks like a granddaughter. It says, best not to tarry. She looks at you, Thaisha, Aranessa, and goes, if people have chosen to live in this moment, then we do them a courtesy and a respect by letting them live in it. And she gets her horse moving along. And you continue down, bypassing the Taconis banner, making your way to Helvar, Old Obrademia, the birthplace of the Sundered Houses. And we will see you next time as we begin the journey of the Seeker's Table. See you on the next episode of Critical Role. We return to Dolmakyar. The year, however, is not the year 71. Our year, deep in the evening time, is the year 53, some 18 years before our story began. Liam, could you describe the state that we find Hallandil Fang at around 2:30 in the morning in the Rookery?
Right. This is a beleaguered, good-spirited, tired, hopeful young man in the home in the Rookery that is less lived in as the table is used to, not as many years, and everyone's asleep in the house. Elodie is asleep upstairs. My son and my daughter, Alagar and Shadia, are asleep upstairs. The only people awake in the house right now are me and my infant daughter, Hero, who is been crying for the last 20 minutes, and we have just been making the rounds in the sitting room downstairs in a room where one day I will say goodbye to my brother, but not tonight. Hey, you're making a lot of noise. A lot of noise.
Go ahead and give me persuasion, but I'll ask you to use your wisdom instead of your charisma because there's just no charming a baby who's this upset.
Sure, I'm even gonna self-impose disadvantage. It's 1 a.m. This is the 4th night of this. That is a 9, and that's a 5. So you said my wisdom?
Mm-hmm.
Persuasion?
Yeah.
So not persuasion, just the wisdom?
Or it's instead of using your charisma, you will use your wisdom, but you will add any proficiency in persuasion.
Okay. So that means... Is it the same rules as always?
Same rules as always.
Well, that means that as a bard of...
Unless you think at this point in his life, Hal is not as good a bard as he will be later.
Yeah, let's say that. Let's say that. Pause on that. So we'll just call that a 15.
A 15.
Yeah.
On a 15, the cries sort of go down slightly into a sustained whimper, and in that way that you can tell when someone is about to sneeze, you know that you're just in the eye of the storm. You maybe have 30 seconds, a minute before the cries start up again. You're so tired.
Atta girl. Atta girl, you are my hero. My hero.
Just working at her tongue and trying to see shapes and light. Outside, you hear footsteps to the door. Hal?
That's my
brother's
voice. Okay, so I lay her laying down, face first, chest first, down over the shoulder, and I go to the door. Viazi, what are you doing? What are you doing here so late?
Opening the door, outside in the street, a snow-white steed of House Royce, silver embroidery on its bridle, a brown leather saddle with runes in Sylvan inscribed around the outside, wearing a regal coat of emerald green, silver brocade. You see that there is a hanging pendant with the tree and key of House Royce around it, as Thiazi, with the liar's blade at his side, rings bedecking his fingers, looks bloodshot eyes, exhausted, like he's been riding for days.
This is the first time I've seen this horse?
The first time you've seen this horse? You've seen him probably once since his wedding, when he was coming here with his lady wife on business, and you maybe like he invited you to a gala and then came and wanted to go out drinking at a neighborhood bar with you. That's probably like 5 months ago is the last time you saw him.
Okay. Nice ride. Get in here.
Okay.
Everyone's asleep. Except for us. Keep it down.
He says to the horse, and you see the horse whips its head and the reins whip around the post outside your house.
Oh, nifty.
And you see he closes the door behind you and goes, It's happening. Something's happening. Hal, I needed to come and talk to you. I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Sit down. And I
you see he looks, and I don't know that Hero is even 5 months old yet. So I think he looks at Hero and goes, oh, she's beautiful, Hal.
Are you awake enough to hold?
Yes. If you have any water, I would take water, but...
yeah, well, I'll trade you. You take her. I'll get the water.
Hi.
This is your uncle. Here you go.
Hi.
There you are.
Oh, sweet babe. I'm going to roll with a disadvantage in front of the board. Mm-hmm. What's your wisdom score, can I ask?
It's a 16, so plus 3.
Thiazi's is an 11.
Okay.
5 plus just the proficiency in persuasion. She goes, I don't know. She doesn't know me.
I come beelining back in with the water. Here, trade me.
I love you.
Okay. No, Mama's sleeping. Okay. Come on.
Is Elodie's upstairs?
Yeah.
Aligar is upstairs.
Yeah, everyone's upstairs.
Okay.
They'd love to see you. Are you staying?
They arrested Mara Weaver, the Cormorant. I was in the hall in the Golden Orchard, and Aranessa was talking to them like I mean, they disbanded the Druidic Council. Hal, they're all, and the Revolutionary Council's not saying anything. Have you heard anything? What is the council saying? What are people in Dolmakia saying?
This is the first I'm hearing about it. You rode straight here. How long have you been on the road?
Took 2 days. You know, from the Golden Orchard, that's like a 5-day trip minimum.
Yeah. It's a good horse.
Good horse. Listen, I was looking at all his fineries. Get this off of me. The Loza, Teor, all of them have been called up.
Okay.
In Bolaire, they got called up. The Loza sent me a message that the Kagrakova, the High Council in Kavros, there was a conversation around demonic influence, and they were talking about it, and they've come out with a ban on warlocks of any kind traveling on the Underroad. It doesn't matter. I mean, there are people in Telmora who have agreements with fairies, like, we'll leave out offerings for you, and in exchange we get some spells. I mean, it's a problem that's this narrow, and they're coming crashing into it like an avalanche.
What's Telmora gonna do?
I don't know. I talked to Aranessa about it, and I said, we need to go tell the Grey Tower. We need to tell the Circle of Ancients. And she looked at me and said, all right, well, we need to, there's some nuance here. Nuance? Loza wants me to go fight. Hal,
but
we should go. We fought together in the War of Axe and Vine. We fought together for Telmora, and now they're turning their backs on the people who
You are fucking with me, right? Look, what are you talking about? You haven't been married a year.
Yes.
To a literal princess.
Well, they're nobles, not royalty. I mean, they're richer than most royalty. But
I saw the horse. They're doing all right. And you've not been married a year, and you're asking me. I'm holding. She's not a year old yet.
I don't mean to. I mean, I'm not. Of course.
You're not. Listen. I love an adventure story as much as the next man, maybe more. But you did your time.
Did my time? Look, I understand that the War of Axe and Vine was a paycheck to you, okay? But in that conflict, we were doing something good, and the opportunity to do something even, I mean, for God's sake, the Derridai Consortium just outlawed they're making a registry.
Look, I didn't mean to make light of your service, all right, but our father hung up his blade at a point in his life.
Thaisha,
I have 3 children.
Okay.
Who depend on me. I have a wife to be, maybe, who is starting a business in this city.
Starting a business? My God. Before you have a wife, you had another wife who also realizes the severity of the moment we live in. Thaisha is out there right now fighting the good fight in a way that none of us can.
Well, that's her choice. My choice is the Rangyani. These three specifically. This city specifically. And listen, kid, I watched you choke on blood and mud in the fields when we were boys. And you're not a boy anymore.
I think I'm gonna throw my life away. And I'd just feel less scared if you were with me.
So be with me. With the Rangyani, with our people. You'll have a family of your own someday. You can have this. There's a little boy and girl upstairs who see the stars in your eyes as much as they see them in mine when they can get those eyes in front of them. You sacrificed a lot. I'm sorry. I spoke crudely. I want you in my life too. I want you in hers. And I don't want you to bleed anymore.
I promise you, I will not be gone from your life, nor hers. I'm going to tell that little girl a joke. One day, I'm going to make her laugh. I'm going to tell her a story about her old man that embarrasses you. I will do it all, I swear. But these moments come and they must be acted on. If I go fight, maybe that's... I can't compel Aranessa while I'm wearing her family's clothes, but maybe if she sees how serious I am, she'll follow, or she'll see that you know, or she'll tell her old man to... Something might happen, and it's now or never.
You're my little brother. You make your own decisions. I can't tell you what to do. I've never been able to. I don't see how today's gonna be any different. But you could have a life. You could have a life.
You hear some shuffling upstairs, and coming down the stairs, Elodie with a little nightgown comes. Hal, everything all right? Oh.
Yeah, on just a little...
Thiazi.
Company.
She comes over, Thiazi says, "Hi, sorry to wake you." And comes over, gives her a hug. She looks and says, "Good night." She takes her, goes, sits down and starts to nurse and smiles and says, "Thiazi, do you need..." She said, "I got water." She says, "Do you need anything to eat?" Or looks up at you, and Thiazi turns to you and says, "I should go. Thimble is raising the banners, talking to some old friends. I'm gonna go try to rustle up some pals." I love you, Hal.
Always.
Always. I'll try to come back in an hour or two if I can, but if you don't see me again, He looks at the house and just says, "A life is a very special thing. I don't know what I have or if it can be said to be a life. Maybe I just have a story. But this is beautiful, and I will see it again." He gives you a big embrace. All right. Gotta go. Not much time. And leaps onto the horse.
Yazi.
Yeah?
Don't go.
I do what I wish. See you next time, brother. And races out down the street. Memory fades. You, your love, your child, and the vanishing noise of hoofsteps. We'll continue this story of this family and the world they inhabit on tonight's episode of Critical Role. A beautiful clearing outside of a village, set by firelight as townsfolk gather in a small harvest festival, somewhat smaller than usual because war has yet again come to the countryside. It is the year 57, some 14 years before the events of our story began. Forgive the pun, but what shape is Bolaire in as we find him amongst the harvest festival?
It's been difficult. I have been serving my current master. The man who owns me is a soldier. And we are fighting for freedom, which is what I do. I'm tired, but I don't know I'm tired. It's been so many battles over the last 59 years. It's just another war.
Amongst you, your companions, or maybe not your companions, but somehow the companions of the one who wears you, stand beside you in a small circle, talking. They talk like this often, sort of avoiding speaking directly to you. Margrave, look, listen to me. If those Royce fucks come over the hill tomorrow, we're ruined. That Davinos lad cut down 5 of us yet. I understand. We're going to act decisively when we get a chance to. They don't know we've got it, do they? And you see he points over to you. Another one of the rebels looks over and says, So, I think Castip's been wearing the mask a little bit too long. It's been all day, hasn't it? When I had to take it off, I almost shit myself. The thing, it wreaks havoc on the body. We should take it off sooner rather than later. You see that one of the soldiers, Clued, looks over at you and goes, Mask, does Castip need to, is he hungry? Is he thirsty?
He is thirsty, and he would like to speak, not through me for a moment. He would like a moment of freedom. I serve his will.
Let's take it off. No, not now. There could be fairies or anything else running around here trying to... You have no idea what they could be doing. The Royce have ears in the bushes all around. And you see that there is suddenly a change. The lighting changes, and you see that a caravan has dropped a small wooden platform. There are lights, little torches in front of mirrors that cast the light back onto a small stage. And you see, entering the stage, a face done in white makeup, a little beauty mark, and the most glorious beautiful red wig you've ever seen. Cascading curls comes down. Hark and behold, villagers and townsfolk, for the tale we tell is of a tale of lost glory. Hearken and hear the story of the Shaper's War. Tales you have heard, blades of iron, staves of night, a single arrow striking down the last of the false and wicked Shapers. But there is one tale yet untold, the mystery of the trickster's fall. No weapon ever seen that could find the heart true of she who walked in shadow. And yet the tale has come to us! Blowing some powder into a torch. Boom! Blue fire crackles up, and the townsfolk clap and cheer. What does Bolaire do in this moment?
I panic. It's a theater. It's a stage. It's the first one I've seen since... It's the first one I've seen since my siblings and I wrote a trickster goddess out of reality and proved to her that she cannot exist. Stages are for murder. Stages are for truth. It's the only truth. All men, all mortals lie. What is this lie? No one knows what we did. What is this?
The last time you saw a stage was opening night and closing night of the greatest performance that Ahriman has ever known. And yet, it was not a play written for people. You see, the announcer speaks, gesturing, and says, "Behold here, in her domain, Rowan the trickster, shaper of men's fates and fortune, who gives ill luck to the pure of heart." Boo, boo, shouts the crowd. But there is one weakness. For indeed, the story of how she was bested. However could a god be slain unless that god be made mortal? And why would a god abandon godhood for anything less than true love? Hey! You see, behold the heroic Kleinheld, romantic knight of chivalry and daring do, with a heart as large as his courage. Aho, Kleinheld! And you see, galloping on a little wooden hobby horse, they quickly removed. A man takes the stage. What ho! A knight am I, search for lady love, and yet cursed by cruel witchcraft to never know the tender caress of a maiden born under star and moon, nor gleaming sun. Yes, cursed am I. And you see the woman playing the trickster turns and says, "What's this I behold? A man. I shall curse his fate as is my wont. But what is this? How fair his visage, how glorious his temperament. Perhaps 3 tricks I shall play this evening on him, and shall he best them, my heart he shall win." Yay! Woo! The announcer says, "And yea, verily, did the trickster plot her 3 wicked tricks, and they..." What's this? A fool with a dog? And you see that a fool comes on stage and starts to chase a dog around the stage that appears to have no bearing on what is happening with the trickster goddess. You see someone puts his arm around you laughing. "Oh, I love the dog!" You are grabbed and pulled back by one of the soldiers. What are you doing?
It's a very good play.
What do you mean it's a very... You're a fucking weapon.
No, he's enjoying it so much. I was just letting him through. He seems to want to watch.
What does it mean if the mask is watching the play? That it's a good play? It's supposed to just be... I don't like it. Magic Master just give you the fucking spells, not have a whole fucking personality. You see that another one of them says, I don't like these making Castor watch the play. We should take the mask off and put it away. And you see that they say, all right, we'll take the mask off if we need to. Let's go get the box. And you see that the play turns as you look up. You see the fool with the dog walks off, and the trickster comes and says, Trick the first have I concocted, a devilish maze of thorns, guarded by fearsome ogre, and yet at the center of the maze, a great treasure, a sword that can slay any man. We shall see what Kleinheld does here in this place to take the blade for his own, that he be the most fell knight in all of Aramon. You see that Kleinheld approaches the ogre and says, Poor beast, you seem injured. Why do you stay and go? And they begin to say, and you see that the soldiers are coming up with the box for you.
Out of the corner of my eye, I see them coming. And I reach up and I turn away from them. Mm-hmm. And I cast Mask of Many Faces for the first time. And I create the face of the man wearing me, and I mime putting the mask into my jacket pocket and look up.
Castip, you all right?
Yeah, it was so odd.
You got the mask off on your own?
It was like it was afraid too. It was worried about what it was going to become. And it let me put it to sleep.
Go ahead and give me a deception check.
Yeah. Uh, 12. Wait, 12.
I'll roll in front of the board. These guys only add a +1. 4 + 1 is 5. Looks and says, all right, good. Just worried about it. Look, we need to speak, okay? Let's go ahead and, here, go set up the tent. We'll still go back up in a second. Come join us in 5 minutes, all right? Get some rest. You need to use the loo or anything else like that?
I actually, I'll join up in a little longer. I think I need food.
Well, yeah, all right. You've been wearing that thing all day. Good on you, Castip. And he slaps you on the shoulder.
I quietly sink to the corner and I hide and watch the rest of the play.
The play continues. Rather than slaying the ogre, Kleinheld befriends it. And they search for the sword together, such that the ogre can be defended against the cruelties of a vast world that sees it only as a monster. The trickster comprises a game of chance of rolling dice. And with a cursed set of dice, Kleinheld should absolutely fail and be set to rack and ruin. And yet he offers his turn at the gambling table to 3 wicked men in a row out of kindness and generosity, each of whom lose their fortunes. And at the end, the only one left playing at the table, Kleinheld wins and gives the fortunes to the town. And in his third challenge, he plays a game of cards against the trickster herself disguised, wagering first his armor, his shield, and finally his honor itself. Having every ability to bend fortune and seeing that she can make this man lose his honor here in this moment, instead her heart breaks. She wins the hand and says, I would not take your honor from you. May I change the nature of your wager? He acquiesces, saying, My lady, my fate is yours. She says, Would that I were to have, instead of your honor true, a single kiss of true love. They embrace and kiss. And in this moment she becomes mortal. And in becoming mortal, ages 1,000 years. And Kleinheld follows her to realms beyond, across the stars, and the master of ceremonies, points to a blade, 3 stars and constellation, Klein-held sword pointing the way to his true love, who in becoming mortal and knowing loss and love and heartbreak, left the world and her terrible domain as shaper. The crowd erupts into applause.
But it's a lie. I serve truth, and it's a lie. Why is a lie so much better than the truth?
Near you, you see that there is an older woman clapping and applauding, and who seems to be moved to tears by this moment. She looks over at you. She says, "It's a lovely story."
If only the truth could be as lovely as this story.
But it is the truth. Don't you think? Don't you think that they said that they found that it was true, that it feels like the legend makes sense, that true love conquers all, and honorable men fare well, and that cold-hearted tyrants just need to be shown kindness, and they will understand the error of their ways. Don't you think that true?
It's never occurred to me. In my whole life, it has never occurred to me. I have been at war for too long. I think I'd like to find out. I think I would like to find out if you're right. Thank you.
Oh, you strange duck.
Too much fighting without purpose. I am tired. I'm more tired than I knew I could be. I think it's time to find out if there's more out there. I think it might be time to see who I am not at war and not serving a commander. Thank you.
Oh, well, it wasn't me. It was them. And she gestures to the stage, and you see them all taking a big group ensemble bow.
Maybe the audience is important too. I have much I have to do. Thank you. I'm going to change my life.
Wow. All right. I'm Ulysses. Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you.
Yes, all right. Best of luck. It sounds like you're dealing with a lot.
Yes, I have much to think about. I have much to think about. Thank you.
Good night. Bolaire, elsewhere in the camp, your host's companions are gathering. What do you do in this moment?
I tell the man who I'm wearing that I apologize, but he can't come out ever again. I've had a change of heart. And then in return, I will fight for his cause. They have me for the duration, but the situation has changed, and I'm going to start over, and I'm going to be a better story, and I'm going to be kind, and I'm going to be clever, and I'm going to be myself, whoever that is. But first, I think I'm going to have to kill all these people in their sleep. I think that I'm going to have to go one at a time, very quietly, and put them to sleep and tell them just to remain so that I can slit their throats and burn the evidence. Then, after that's done, the story can begin.
Bolaire's story did indeed begin. And we return to the story occurring elsewhere in Ahriman at a time some years later on tonight's episode of Critical Role. we return to Timony, kingdom to the north of Dolmakyar and Kahad, where on the King's Highway headed southeast towards Argerin, our friends retrace their steps, though not so faithfully, for you came to Tyresley from the Miller's Road, the magical path that the Hounds of the King had led you on, and now we find Thimble and Teor hidden in a wagon, venturing back south under open daylight, trying to keep hidden your secret cargo, the stolen stone statue that in truth is the body, neither living nor dead, of your brother, Talsidamir Pridesire. The wagon trundles along outside. You hear the voices of Kattigan, Tyranny, and Wick nearby. We come to this moment as you make your way southeast, back to the road that will lead you to Dolmakyar and to Bolaire, who you know to have at least some means by which to counteract petrification. In this moment, you both gaze on the face of Sid Pridesire, frozen in statuesque rictus, stone face. The face looks quite similar to Teor. You have this long, trundling road ahead of you as you re-enter danger once again, but with at least a day's travel of respite in the beautiful countryside of Timony.
You know, Dolmakyar is foreign to me. I feel like we should feel good about going back to friends and some sort of resolution, but I am full of anxiety.
Well, yeah, they want to kill you there, so...
They don't want to kill me, they want to strip my shadow from my being. It's very different.
Well, if the Draconuses didn't have reason to hurt us before, they do now. So now we'll have a few families after us.
How are we going to get my brother through the city? Even if we get to Bolaire, a giant lion is one thing, made of stone, entirely other. How do you... You've lived here. Are you able to... I was going to ask if you hide, but not the same.
Not quite. But, let me think. You know, I mean, Thaz and I got a lot of stuff into the city. There's gotta be one of those routes are open, right?
A smuggler's route?
Yeah, my only concern is that we attack the Crow Keepers. So... But, you know, maybe I can scout ahead as we get closer and see if any of them are open, and we can come in a different way. I can't imagine we can go through the gates.
No, I don't imagine so.
Are you gonna be able to carry him? If we have to ditch the wagon...
No. I mean, he's rock. He is stone.
You're stone too, Teor.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It's very kind. I tend to agree. But no, the cart is going to be the only way. Unless you have some sort of alternative magical means?
Thimble, you can give me a perception check, and I'd also like an insight check from you.
Okay, this is the insight.
Spit on him and make him a picture.
My insight is 16.
Mm-hmm.
My perception is 9.
Gotcha.
Dang.
You remember seeing the Knight of Saramai, who you faced in the cellars of Castle Delani, heave the stone statue with those bracers
The bracers. That guy wasn't strong. He used the
from
bracers.
huge.
Did you put him on? Who put him on? Did anyone put him on?
They look best
Get him on. Put him on.
I am wearing them.
Make them yours.
Work. Make me strong.
You see. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check with disadvantage.
But why? No, I'm not going to roll much lower than that. Nope. It's going to be it's a 4.
It's a 4. On a 4, you fail to attune to the bracers. You hold them. Thimble, you remember seeing Callowin Royce wear these. These are the bracers of oak and birch. Yeah. They not only allowed Callowin to have an enormous strength like that of mighty trees of the deep woods of Fairy, but also precluded him from the need to wear armor. His skin was as dense and resilient as like a living tree. You once saw him like take a sword to the arm at full swing that only got about like a quarter of an inch in before it stopped and hardened around it. It sort of bled green sap for a while afterwards.
No, wait. Those bracers are the shit. You really got to learn to make them work for you.
Okay, I will sleep
'cause,
in
you
them.
know-
I will. Well,
I mean, I know your fur helps a lot, but you don't have a lot of armor on.
no, it is an encumbrance.
Yeah, so
But if these will be enough to move Sid, then great. But we will have to find somewhere to put him, a storage place. We can't take him straight to Bolaire. If we're seen, then we would be bringing heat
I'll go
right
in,
to
I'll
him.
talk to Bolaire. I know he has ways to get things to him without people seeing it. Maybe through the sewers.
All right, sewers. We could even put him in some sort of a storage space and bring Bolaire to us.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what about you? I mean, you were attacked before all this. You are not as free as you might think.
Well, no. But I'm small. You know, I've hidden a lot.
And if we get Sid unpetrified, then what?
And then I gotta find Occtis. And Lady Aranessa. They made it seem like Occtis is dead.
That's what it sounded like.
I don't know, I sent him off, you know? I sent him to go with Sir Julien. What if Sir Julien helped take care of him? What if, you know, I let him go and I didn't have his back and I could have had his back and I did it again?
No. Thimble, that is not fair.
But then... The orchard's gone too? I have to find out what's happening. Obviously, Sid is massively important. We have to find that, but
Don't have to explain. This is your home.
I will find Bolaire. I'll make sure that this happens, but I have to find out.
I know. And if you help me with Sid, I will be eternally grateful, but you also don't have to stay. I feel like I owe you in turn. If you
You
could,
already owe your life to Wick and Tyranny,
it's a
right?
list. It's a list.
What if after, you know, everything happens with Sid, you can help me find... You can help me find Occtis? You can help me
Of
find...
course.
What if we have to go to the orchard?
Do they allow my kind in the orchard?
Why not?
I don't know. One of them tried to put his hat in me.
That guy's not at the orchard.
He's not? You don't know where his cousins are?
There. My
They
whole
could put
family-
shoes.
My family won't attack you. They won't try to put a hat in you, I promise.
If it will help you, then I will be there. And hopefully with my brother there to help. And if not, I am here for you. I wish I could have been here for the Aussie. And I will not make that mistake again.
Teor, give me an insight check. And on that 16 insight check from Thimble, I think you're exactly on the money. You know that a lot of things that you and Giazi had coming into the city, like the reason that Bolaire was the reluctant and unwilling fence for a lot of what Thiazi needed to move through the city was because the Arcanaut had such an enormous infrastructure of getting important magical things secretly into and out of the city. You know that as if you can fly into the city, that there will be a way to get even a full carriage in surreptitiously somewhere safe.
Awesome. 22 on my dope ass inside check.
Finally! Hey, congratulations!
Do you see?
That was brutal.
It's not just in front of the cameras, Brennan. Not just in front of the cameras.
That was truly brutal. On a 22 insight, I have to ask a question actually of what Teor sees looking at Thimble. Because you, I think, Teor, see Thimble in this moment of victory. Casimir lies dead. Sid has been recovered, and there seems to be a straightforward path to unpetrifying him. And I think you see the flittering of pixie wings moving swiftly to the next quest, almost urgently, almost desperately. On a 22 insight, what does Teor see in Thimble's eyes?
An unsettled, almost manic need to find the next distraction.
A light, glowing motes of gold, like those that fall from the ever-shining leaves of the orchard in which you were born, cascade from your wings. But that light almost imperceptibly diminishes as some light in this land continues to wane. Teor, that golden light in dancing motes of fairy magic glimmers with a similar radiance that on a 22 only you perceive, coming from the eyes of that lion-headed emblem that you carry. And we will continue this story in another episode of Critical Role.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! A town square of a town partially burnt. Not enough dwelling places for all the people who inhabit it. A man in sort of chipped red painted breastplate, patchwork armor, a multiplicity of weapons. He's got a long spear on his back, a battle axe and a hand axe at his side, a long sword on the other side of his belt. Walking to and fro. He's got an injury the front of his face that cuts through the lip into the gum, several teeth missing on his upper jaw. Human man, ring of white hairs, older, but shouldn't have survived this long. Those of you who have been gathered here have heard of us, the Gallows Choir. We are preeminent mercenary company. We have been told to come here looking for young soldiers. I see waifs, hungry mouths, nothing worth speaking of. Amongst those gathered here, Luis, can you describe Azune and the people that are with him?
Yeah, Azune is in this moment 12 years old. And small for his age, short for his age. His hair is tied back in a braid, and he is standing stiff, trying to puff up his chest to make himself look thicker and stronger. And with him is his family and his people. His parents are there, and his sister, Mayali, stands next to him, almost in the same stiff posture. A year older than he is.
Your mother and father behind you as you stand at attention. Each squeeze your shoulder, and their hands are so weak. Your father, a proud man, has become a little bit jaundiced. Your mother, you can tell that her gums are almost like receding a little bit. They look on death's door. They haven't eaten in probably 2 weeks. Your father looks and says, "It's going to be all right." He says it in different words, though. In a language that means something. "You, step up first." And you see that this mercenary captain calls up your sister. I would like you to roll an athletics check for her with advantage.
That is a 16 on the die.
16 on the die. She steps forward. "All right, you are going to wear this." He puts a sort of loose tunic of chainmail on her. Thump. You see that he hands a short sword to her. "You're going to run across this field. You are going to leap over the fallen logs there. You retrieve one of the pennants that we have placed inside that building. You run back here. You go back again for a second, then a third. You understand?" She nods, takes off, running. You look over and see the other kids in the village here whose parents look healthier than yours, and who they, the children, look much less strong than you and Mayali. Racing through, getting the third pennant, the captain says, "Good, okay, you, next." Your mother says, "You can do it. Go ahead and give me athletics with advantage."
Okay. An 8 on the die. If I add my ability modifier, it'd be a +4 to it, but I'm 12 years old.
Girls mature a little faster than boys. On a 12, you get the pennants, just not nearly as fast. Running across the length of the town square in chainmail, by the time you've gotten the first pennant, your legs are burning, your lungs are burning. You're in pain. The man is barking orders at you. Your mother looks in your eyes as you come back. She says, "It's okay. Keep going."
I lock eyes with her, and I see her standing amongst these mercenaries, and that is when it hits me. How underfed they looked compared to these people that have come to meet us here. And how thick and strong they look in comparison. I was never able to make that contrast until this moment, but I know what they've done to give us this chance, and I feel my body keep moving with a surge, even though I stay looking at my mother for a little while as I try to complete this task that these mercenaries are putting us through.
You complete the task. On a 12, you manage to get that third pennant and collapse in a heap by the time you do. Your mother rushes over to help pick you up. The test continues with the other kids. Most of them cannot complete it, collapse before they are able to. And what's worse, I think you can tell, burn some deeply needed energy in trying to do so, and will end this day with precious little food, starved and exhausted by the effort they have shown here. The captain speaks to your mother and father and some other parents, saying, "It's a waste of our time. We'll take the girl and go." Grabs the girl, and you see Mayali turns around and says, "No, my brother!" Reaching out for you, and you see he says, "He was a wreck by the time he got the third pennant." You see that she looks up and says, "But he got it! He got it!"
That's right, I got it. And I could do better. That wasn't my best. I could do better than that.
Yeah, you want to try right now?
I'll do whatever it takes. I'll try it again. I'll do it again, and I start to set up and start to get myself ready to do it again.
You see that your father says, "Sir, please," the guard pushes him aside and says, "Go, do it. I'm going to ask you for a roll again, but you're exhausted, so you're going to roll straight."
Okay. That's a 9 on the die.
9 on the die. Running back, you are destroyed. In the years that followed in this war, you never felt as physically exhausted as you did this day. Other mercenaries would look at your willingness to perform dangerous missions, menial tasks, stay up late securing something, lifting cargo. It never hurt as much as this day hurt. As you complete it, the captain looks over. Take the boy. If your muscles ever get as thick as your head, and he jabs a fat finger into the side of your head, maybe we have a soldier to work with, huh? Your mother collapses weeping on the ground. Your father holds her. Well, say goodbye. And you see that the soldier turns. And as you turn, Mayali grabs you and kisses your cheek. And she walks over to your parents, and you look and realize your mother is weeping with relief.
I walk. I know what this day's about. I stand in front of my mother who's weeping, and I grab my sister's hand, and I just squeeze it as tight because I don't know what to say.
She looks up at you and smiles and kisses you on each cheek and holds you for a long, long time. Behind you, you can hear the captain of that guard speaking. The girl, she has potential. The boy, I don't know. We take him, we train him. Maybe we pawn him off on the banner. They'll take anyone. You see, your mother looks at you and says, "You're going to be fed, and you're going to be taken away from here. It will be very dangerous. But your father and I gave you the clothes that you needed. We gave you a chance because this world is dangerous, whether you have a sword in your hand or not. And we wanted you to have a sword in your hand.
And you gave us your food. We know, we saw. We knew what you were doing. Mama, what if I don't want to go? What if I want to stay with you? What if me and Mayali want to stay?
Anytime you want, you can come back here to this day And remember how proud your father and I were. We'll be there with you no matter where you go, no matter how far away we are.
I know like, we're the lucky ones. And I know that it's on us to make this chance worth it for everyone that's not going to get the chance that we had.
Your father touches your shoulder. Proud of you, Mayali. Azune, I'm proud of you, my son. Wars end. And when they do, they provide some chance of a better life for people like us. There is no ladder out of this for us other than through fire and storm. I wish it were some other way, but it is not. This is a chance for you and your sister to write your own fate.
I'll come back for you. We both will. You'll see.
Mayali casts her eyes down. Azune. You tell your mother and father you will come back for them. Is this memory the last time you saw your mother and father?
It is. And it's the one that I play over and over again so that I don't forget them. But I'm already forgetting parts of it.
Remember. Remember. Eyes like sunset. A distant voice. You have to remember. Keeps coming back. Memories can fade and change if not cared for, but the story continues, as it will continue tonight on this episode of Critical Role. The King's Highway through the Kavrosi Mountains. You have been traveling through Timony, back now into the mountains that house Dolmakyar, where our adventures began. And here in a small little hamlet clinging to the side of a cliff, your group, carting in a carriage the petrified body of Talsedimir Pridesire, being secreted back, has been given a plan of action. Thimble, when you arrive closer to Dolmakyar, is to alight, take off, and land, getting Bolaire Lethalia's attention to find a secret way to get this body where it needs to go. The mountains around you, capped in ice and snow, look out from a cliffside tavern. This is a sort of lovely little shepherd's tavern selling hearty homebrewed ale. The edge of the tavern actually has those stilts that goes over the cliff's edge and stilts back down as it sort of hangs off precariously. This tavern is called the Caller's Perch. You sit imbibing some refreshments as food and tack are acquired by your fellow adventurers for your mounts. Now that the long journey up the mountainside, now you have an even longer journey heading back down. You're probably now within striking distance, like end of tomorrow's journey will get you back to Dolmakyar. Seated at the table, Tyranny, Jasavi's knife, the beautiful knife that Kattigan took rudely and abruptly from you after you rudely and abruptly stole it.
I could not. Everyone is rude and everyone is abrupt. Shimmering, silvery, reflective blade, the steel polished and well cared for. Even the parts of it that are scratched seem to be scratched, telling a story of the love that was used in its many years of faithful service. And the handle, dyed pink with crushed rose petals,
bone taken from the shrine of one of the hounds. You see there are still, polished and made into a working handle. There's been some care and love put into this blade by Kattigan. But even holding the bone in your hand, there's so many things at work here. Rose petals and the sweet smell of flowers. The nourishment of a gift given to a faithful hound. Loyalty and love. Looped back over and over and honed like a smith working at a blade. You look into the sheen of the knife and you see a beautiful woman. She's tall and fair, and you see her in something like a... Give me a perception check, actually, as you peer at the blade.
4. Well, yeah. -1.
Holding the blade, you get a 3, and the image fades abruptly.
Oh,
as
she's hot.
She's really hot. She turns with a kind of relaxed, a blissful exhaustion that marks her as apparent. You see that she looks out in the last moment as the vision kind of fades from you. You see her turn around, and for a second, as you sort of lose the vision in this moment, you hear her go, "Esme, did you?" And the voice is gone. Kattigan, you hear nothing of the sort, but just see Tyranny, I think, staring into the steel of this knife across from you.
Not bad, right?
I mean, I didn't know you had such an eye for design. I'm like 3 Yargos shots deep right now, and I don't know, my eyes are, I think, playing tricks on me. When did you find time to do this?
A lot of you tend to go to bed a bit earlier than I do. And you're right, I do have an eye for design. I saw you, pink, handle, pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pink, and I'm pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got it, you got it.
This isn't a romantic thing, right?
What? No.
Okay.
It's not a romantic.
It's funny that you really feel like I could have used this knife, and it's really beautiful, and I love it. It's the only time anybody's ever given me anything, really. And when I look at it, I'm like, wow, you're such a bad person. But I love me.
Oh, you.
When I see it, because it reminds me of the bad stuff that I did. But I love it, and so it's like, wow, this is such a beautiful gift from a friend, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, wow, you don't deserve anything. I don't know. I feel...
Are you asking me for some sort of advice, or...
No, you already listened. I feel like the knife is a symbol of, like, just remember to not steal so much and hurt people's feelings on purpose. But I don't know, it's so beautiful. It's such a beautiful item that you made. And it's crazy that every time I look at it, it hurts my feelings about myself. But please don't regret. I love it. It's a great gift.
No, obviously that wasn't my intention.
No.
But you're, how do I say this? You're allowed to feel how you want to feel about it, I guess.
I am?
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, I made it, but it's for you. It means whatever it needs to mean to you. But, for what it's worth, I haven't known you very long, but I haven't seen you do anything terrible, I don't think.
Okay.
I mean, a little nasty, a little weird from time to time. The eating and sniffing and finger eating and all the dirty stuff is not quite for me, but I get it. It's your whole deal. You can be whatever you want to be. I don't care.
I will decide to have complicated feelings towards this knife because it reminds me of my friend Kattigan, and it also reminds me that I have a responsibility to not hurt people who are nice to me.
Kattigan, what are you thinking in this moment?
Women are tough.
Tyranny, you hear Kattigan say, women are tough, as loud and clear as a bell.
Yeah.
What?
I'm so tough.
Oh, was that?
You're so.
Was that out loud?
I'm a woman.
Yeah.
I'm a woman.
Yeah.
And I'm
You're
tough.
a woman.
And I'm
You're
tough. Thank you so much.
Good. Are you tough though? Oh fuck.
Where's Wick?
I don't know. Where is Wick?
Go ahead and give me a perception check, if you'd be so kind, Kattigan.
Okay, cool.
Hey,
you and me are equally in our cups, apparently. Perception, a 9.
A 9. You look around. Much like they did way back in Tyrese Lee, they he and Teor are off trying to acquire some amenities somewhere, and I think Tyranny, sort of looking around and being adrift here, give me a perception check if you'd like, but you can also give me an insight check at the same time.
Both great.
Both great.
11.
11 perception, and then give me an insight check.
2.
2.
On the Yargoths.
yeah, I guess so.
On that insight check, Kattigan, as you look for Wick, what are you thinking?
He's with Teor?
He's with Teor, yeah.
I probably haven't thought about Wick in a hot minute if he's with Teor. Like, I think that's like putting a child with your most trusted character.
Yeah.
So as you make the perception check, what are you actually kind of like looking for?
I mean, obviously immediate vicinity first of all.
Yeah.
Like definitely not with us, but we have the previous knowledge that he's out about in town.
Out and about in town. You look out, this is on the King's Highway, but you're into the little hamlet off the road a bit. So all you're seeing are common shepherds and like herders in here and things like that.
Yeah, he's all right. He's with Teor. He'll be fine. They'll be back when they're back. What is it about being without him that makes you so nervous?
I feel like he's gonna make things so much worse for himself. I mean, I trust Teor. I think he's gonna be fine, but like he needs me. I invented this new drink, by the way. You take a shot of Yargaz and you drop the whole glass in an ale, and then you have to drink it before the ale curdles. Do you want to try
You
it?
definitely invented this. Yeah, no one's ever done this before.
I mean, I've invented it for
my
myself.
entire life. Point blank.
On that 11 perception, as another shot goes down the hatch, Tyranny, you look down at the knife and see within it Teor's reflection right behind Kattigan. And you see Teor and Kattigan, but in this reflection, Kattigan is like much younger, and you see Teor picking up Kattigan in his arms, injured. And there's a moment of something they share, badly injured, but like a laugh or a joke, something along those lines. And it's, again, you're looking at it like as you're holding the knife in your hand, like, you know, when you can catch like a little bit of sunlight and kind of direct it with a knife, but it's so hard to have the dexterity to catch it perfectly, to send it where you want to send it. That moment of Teor holding Kattigan, as clear as day, like your own reflection in the knife's blade, you lose it again.
I gotta be subtle about this. Okay. Kattigan.
Yeah.
Do you and Teor boyfriends?
What?
I don't know. I just had this thought about you guys holding each other. That came out. I don't think about you holding each other, but I think about, do you guys have some kind of history?
Well, yeah, we're are you asking if we're lovers? Or we've been lovers in the past?
No, I don't think I am. Were you?
I don't believe you. Well, what else does boyfriends mean to you?
I don't know. Boyfriends, girlfriends. You guys just friends that are boys and girls. You could just be anything. What? I mean, what? I guess you tell me what you guys were to each other. How you guys clearly like there's something. Because Wick and I came in and there was already a dynamic at play, and I'm just trying to get. If we're gonna be working together, I'm trying to get a sense of what it is.
We are battle buddies.
Is that what you call it?
Come on. Oh, you this stuff on everyone.
Give me a perception check with advantage.
Battle buddies. 6.
With
Oh wait, with
advantage.
advantage. Perception. 1. So it was actually a 4, not a 6, because it was a -1.
God.
So I am listen.
You are drunk as can be. So all you see is you look and the blade is starting to sort of honestly fuck up a little bit. It's like you're getting weird scrambles of like things Kattigan is not saying out loud. You're really altered. You look in the blade and you see Kattigan and Teor embracing each other very sensually. You don't think this is you think you're kind of inventing this in your mind's eye. You're watching TV, but you do see.
Sorry, I gotta watch my show.
You do see that Teor said, look in this vision, this you're having in the night, looks and goes, Kattigan, and you see that Kattigan looks and goes, Mariana.
Do you see it? Hey, look at this. You remember the knife that you got me? Do you see any? Did you see anything in here? Is there anything that's happening? in here?
Yeah. I'll got a little bit of glue when I put the tang. It's full
No, you
tang.
don't. You're not like
So when you put
seeing
it-
visions in the knife. You're not seeing a beautiful stage play of
I'm not quite that fucked up.
Marion?
Oh, I said Mariana.
Mariana? Mariana? Does that name mean anything to you?
What do you say?
Well, before I say why I know that name, you tell me, because I think that you're not seeing what I'm seeing from this knife.
Where did you hear that name?
Just now. Is it okay? I hope that you believe me. This is a crazy thing to say, but you gave me this knife, and I can like see stuff in it. I saw what I think is the woman who was married to the guy that I stole this from. Sorry to him. And then I saw him looking for the knife, and then I saw you and Teor hugging, and then I heard the name Mariana.
Kattigan goes to grab the knife, but he doesn't take it.
You good? Yeah. Is this thing on?
Kattigan.
Do I see anything in this knife?
Kattigan, you do see something in the knife.
I do. Okay.
Give me a perception check. And we're gonna roll here, and I want you to roll 2 dice, but we're gonna take the one farthest from 10, so it will either be very good or very bad.
Okay. The furthest from 10, 7 and 12.
7 will be the furthest from 10. You look at the knife, and you do see something. A very haggard, drunken man staring back at you.
Do I recognize this man?
It's you.
You?
Oh,
Brandon.
And you see a little bitch.
Oh, wow. That's really savage.
You
got me. Oh, fuck.
You stare into the knife. Whatever magic is of tyranny does not avail itself to you. Whatever speaks to her does not speak to you. And the things which used to speak to you are gone.
It's just a knife.
If I hurt you in some way by saying that, I'm trying really hard to not to. Sometimes things are just happening with me.
I'm just trying to understand for a minute. I'm just trying to understand. You said you saw a woman in the knife.
Well, yeah, I saw a woman but
Yeah, well, what does she look like?
she's tall, beautiful, and I think that she seemed a little tired. I think she was a mom. I think it might have been the mom. Was that Mariana? Or because Teor was the one saying Mariana.
Could you just not say that name for a moment?
Sure, I'll say.
No, you don't have to make up a name. Did she have freckles?
Yeah. So many.
And Kattigan just starts to sort of devolve in and shut down, for lack of a better word. I don't know what to do with this information.
Tyranny, you're always upsetting people!
Thankfully, you have gotten yourself to a level of inebriation where escape is closer by mouth than by foot. And Tyranny, as you look at Kattigan, who you, daughter of the Prince of Suffering, cannot seem but help to hurt those close to you. The last thing we see here in this moment is you feel a sudden nuzzle of a wolf by your side as Wolfric noses at the knife. And that's all for this moment, as we'll continue this adventure on another episode of Critical Role.
Finally, I learned something about your ass. Finally. Yeah!
We are in Dolmakyar, as ever. In the year 46, some 25 years before the events of our story. We are at the Nest and Natter, a tavern in Caravan Hill, a happening, lively marketplace here within the city of Dolmakyar, around the corner from a heavy bit of construction occurring in the freshly bought manor of House Cormorant. And in a corner booth of the Nest and Natter, which is again a lively and yet also divey. It's a little bit glossy and brassy where it needs to be in its fixtures, but also still is serving folksy fare.
The floors are so sticky.
Marisha, what state do we find Murray Magnesson in here with her compatriots at the corner booth?
She's definitely looking a little rough around the edges. You can still see little specks of grit, maybe some plaster that's kind of dried and crusted on her shirt collar a little bit. Hair is matted, a little like messy and slicked back from where she's just taken sweat after sweat after sweat and just wiped it through her hair. She's feeling a little ornery, a little agitated, but she's on pipe number 2, and that's making her feel a lot better. This is probably 3rd, maybe 4th night this week that she's been in the Nest and Natter. After a long day of doing manual labor in the heat of this hot month.
Across the table from you, your cousin Jasper is feeding bar nuts to his pet Scooch. Scooch is a dwarven griffin that is about 3 inches long, that is the front half of a chickadee and the back half of a hamster, and has tiny little owl plumicorns, like those little sort of horn, little
poofs,
the little sort of like tufty ear plumicorns. So the chickadee has those like classic griffin ears, but it's still a tiny little thing. He's like, "Oh, come on, Scooch. I think this heat's getting to him. He can't hardly flap his wing. He ain't sung a little song." And
Jasper, have you given him water yet today?
I gave him beer.
No. Oh my God.
Next to you, there is also an older dwarven woman who's got her arms crossed, got blonde hair, and her eyeshadow, she gets made up to go do this construction work, but the heat is just all run down her face. She looks like she's been crying hard, even though it's just sweat. She looks at thick forearms just rippling with muscle. She turns out and says, "Yeah, we better call it a night at 2. I don't think I can go in for round 3. We got to be up. If we're going to get that fountain done, we got to be up at ass crack of dawn. I'd say probably got to get up in the dark."
We're not going to get it done. What makes you think we're going to finish it tomorrow? Every time we're on that site, they come out with more elaborate requests and want to change their creative vision. Oh, fuck, creative vision. Like they fucking know creativity if it came up and cupped their balls.
Hey, come on now. Jasper leans forward. This is the Hucklewind. We're out here doing public good. That means speak with moral character on your Hucklewind. You are showing the generosity, craft, and skill of the dwarves of Ozark. That's us. We can't be talking about these are the people for whom we perform these acts of service.
Jasper, what do these rich folks need with an act of service? Where does generosity end? In just whatever this self-servant vanity project begins. That is just a bastardization of what the Hucklewind is about. I thought we were going to be coming out here and fixing infrastructure, building a bridge or something. What is this? What are we doing? This is a joke.
I think the Hucklewind, I don't know. You see, Glenna looks at you and says, well, money don't grow on trees. I don't know. I assume we're doing this for the Cormorant because they probably drop a stack of cash and pays for all the other Hucklewands that go out and actually help folk that need helping.
You're giving them a lot of grace, you know that.
Hey, if I know one thing about this world, it's rich people gonna get theirs. You see that Jasper looks over and says, it's a nice fountain. You can be proud of it, even if it's not even if they gonna... Yeah, I didn't know they was gonna put a wall around the courtyard. It's not a real Hucklewind. I don't know. Over Jasper's shoulder, you see a door to a back room is slightly open, and you see a quite handsome, sort of middle-aged halfling man. He's got a little waistcoat, a chain going to a watch. He's got a round belly, and you see him speaking, saying, well, I agree. I mean, the more children, the more of the common folk that we can get in the classes, the better off. And if we have to go into debt to do it, then so be it. But ultimately, I think that the important thing is we don't need to charge a tuition that will be exculpatory or exploitative. And you see another voice in the room says, Euripides, the cost of the gemstones for the ritual, the spell ink it costs a fortune. We're running out. The donation was incredibly generous and it's limited. If we don't have a way to get more gemstones, then there won't be. And you see, he says, well, we'll find a way. Maybe we can offer to, what if we offered some arcane services to the Revolutionary Council, or we, maybe one of the houses, maybe House Cormorant would like some arcane services. Oh, good, we're going to offer our arcane services to a family of sorcerers. I'm sure that they'll have a hard time coming up with. And you see that he says, well, but wizardry, we're generalists. We these houses are limited in their arcane oeuvre by their bloodline. We can study where we wish, find what we wish. And you see that another older woman says, Euripides, we've found 1.5 words of power. We're not exactly generalists yet. We've found out how to summon some wind. Can get wind. We have some wind. I can't even get wind that blows east. And you see that Euripides says, well, we'll get there in time, but we can solve the material components cost issue without asking the poor students to foot the bill. I don't know. What do you? Everyone want something to drink? I have. You see, he reaches into a pocket, and literally a moth flies out of his pocket, and you see he goes, Eustace. He goes back. Go back in there. His familiar goes back in his pocket, and he gets a couple little copper coins and says, "I'll go get us some drinks." And you see he walks off to the bar.
I'm gonna try and just shuffle over a little bit. Sorry, hold that thought, Jasper. Bartender.
Guy looks up. What can I get you?
Well, I think I would like another round for a table of my friends over there, but maybe I wouldn't mind buying a round of drinks for those fancy folks sitting back there behind that swinging door.
Fancy folks? This is some of the most broke people I know. They're academics.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess it's just they look kind of bohemian, you know. It looks a little eccentric.
I'll let him know. The professor, this is Professor Tallbarrel?
Professor Tallbarrel?
Yeah. He walks over and explains, he just points over as Euripides has to get up onto one of the orc-sized bar stools and hold the money up. And you see that bartender explains, points over. You see he turns over to look at you. He goes, one moment, please. You see he puts the money away and comes down and walks over and says, thank you so much for your kindness, young lady.
Oh, you're so very welcome, you know. I happen to be on my Hucklewind, and generosity is the name of the game, so...
A generous spirit of the dwarves of the Sunset Mountains known far and wide. What is your name, my lady?
Murray Magnuson.
Euripides Tallbarrel. It's a pleasure and an honor. Thank you for buying us drinks. You know what they say, rich in knowledge, poor in food and drink. I have never turned down a free meal or a free drink in my life.
Wow. A real professor of magic. Is that what you are? I couldn't help but overhear you talking about the words of power and, you know.
Yes. I am a professor of the Penteveral.
Penteveral.
We are
That's a big old word. It's so many syllables.
We are, as of this year, a university. We have our first building with over 3 classrooms.
Substantial.
We have 4 classrooms. Thank you very much for the drinks, and to think that not only are you generous with, I'm aware of the Hucklewind program, and my goodness, what sort of project are you making? Some civic good, or a park, or a plaza?
A fountain.
Lovely. Where? What square?
It's for the Cormorays, House Cormorays. That's in their private courtyard. You know the Cormorays?
Yes, I do. I know the Cormorays. A lot of money.
Yeah, but apparently they needed a act of service. You know, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to. This is so invasive and presumptuous of me. So forgive my candor, but if it's resources that you're lacking, you know, I specifically heard that maybe some gemstones would be useful.
Oh, you're a Hucklewind journeywoman. I couldn't possibly. It's very, very kind of you, but there's no. It's a wizard's college rather than one.
She kind of she kind of shows very coyly her gemstone teeth and kind of looks away a little bit, and as she kind of runs her fingernail across her teeth, she casts a message directly to Tallbarrel and says, I think it could be a mutual beneficial relationship if you let the Magnuson family jewels maybe help fund a little bit of research.
He looks at you and says, how did you just do that? That's a gift that I've only ever heard of. Are you a sorceress?
No. No. I'm a hick.
How did you... That's remarkable. Do you possess a telepathic gift? I thought I saw... Was that a somatic component of a spell?
Yes, sir.
Who taught you to do that?
Myself.
Remarkable. That's a remarkable piece of arcane innovation.
Do you just mind if I I grab the beers that he was holding and I'll help take these to the table for you. Jasper, I'll be right back.
You see, he says, he goes, well, where the hell are you going?
I'll be right back.
You see that the Ellipses comes over and says, oh, let me give you you walk back looking around and you see he goes over and says, companions, fellow salon members, or not salon, fellow academic university members, professors of the Penteveral, young Murray here has cracked short-range telepathy using the material component of her gem teeth. And he says, all right, well, let's all calm down. What'd you say your last name was?
Magnesson.
The other professors all go, Magnesson?
Yeah, Sunset Mountain Magnessons.
Your gemstone merchants, yes?
Yeah, so she kind of just, coyly brushes her sweaty hair and flashes, the chunky jewel on her finger. Yes, we're humble folk.
You see that they all sort of look around, and you see that Ellipses looks at you and says, "So you're so in addition to being a craftsperson, you're a merchant as well. You have some familiarity with business and trade and commerce and the like."
Why, yes, I've helped my family run that business for many years now.
If you're interested in arcane magic, he looks around and there's all these sort of very bohemian, artsy, little funny bow ties and ruffs and all strange manner of dress. Smile, look around, he says, "We have been looking for a bursar."
Oh. I happen to be very good with keeping books.
Keeping books? Wizardry, spell books. It's
a double entendre. Yeah.
Laughter echoes up from the table.
I intended that was the joke.
Laughter echoes from the table here at the Nest and Natter. Murray's beginning as a wizard of the Penteveral started that very night as our story continues on tonight's episode of Critical Role. Not far from the Caller's Perch, a tiny little tavern hanging over the edge of a cliffside on wooden stilts. This is a shepherd's hamlet high in the Cavrosi Mountains. You have stopped to gather supplies. Yourself and Teor have fanned out, along with Thimble, looking for a place to gather what, rations and goods you need to make the rest of your journey back to Dol Makyar. And traveling through town looking for some general goods store. Wick, it is about a day or two after the first candle feast of your life that you have not celebrated. And you see there is a small shrine of the Candescent Creed here. There is a little sort of wooden chapel built into the side of the mountain on the other side of a little pathway. And you see wearing humble looking, they look more like cream, it's sort of like wool robes. There is a young man with a sort of humble, knobbly broom sweeping snow off the threshold of this little Candescent shrine.
Amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna walk over there. First, we're all wearing cloaks, I think, at this point. I'll bring the hood up over my hair, and so my face is sort of in shadows, and I will walk over, and walk up to the gentleman. Hello, may the beam reach you.
And may the beam reach you, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the Lux of this shrine. I'm the Lux Orsley Cuffland.
Osley, Lux Cuffland, it's lovely to meet you. My name is Nick, and Candle Feast has just passed, and well, for the first time, I didn't get to celebrate it with my family.
I'm so sorry.
Or any of my loved ones, really, and well, I was hoping I could just take a moment and maybe light a candle here.
Of course, traveler, of course. Does your cloak fully disguise your clerical garments?
I would like it to.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make a perception check for a friend here. You see, looking at him, this kid is actually probably like 2 or 3 years younger than you. He is, it looks like he may have just received his holy orders. And this is this tiny little roadside chapel, which you look in and see that the pews are 8 chairs. So there's the central aisle, 2 chairs next to each other, 2 chairs next to each other, a small altar.
That's it.
And that's about as many things as can fit in this shrine. The shrine, truly, you could like put a toe on one wall and touch the other wall with a hand. It's a quite humble little shrine. You see, he comes in and says, "Oh, please do come in and light a candle. Let me." And you see, he goes over and lights a small little oil lamp on the altar, and goes into a small drawer and takes a pearlescent white fresh candle out of a drawer, and stands behind the altar and waits for you to approach.
Oh, this chapel is lovely, by the way. In all my travels, I don't have my own candle with me. May I borrow yours?
He smiles, reaches into the drawer, takes out a second candle, and presents it to you.
Thank you. This is your chapel. I should probably let you lead the ritual, but if you'd like, I could kick it off for us.
What would your family have done if you had been home with them to celebrate?
Well, we would have revealed the first flame and the weighing of the wicks, and it was all very formal, really, in my house. We would always wear our best clothes, and
Is your whole family devout?
They are. They are.
He smiles and says, "That is a true blessing."
It is. You know, maybe we could just skip to the part where the naming of the shadows. There's something I'd like to confess, and
you see, he smiles and says, "Of course, I present my candle. Bent wicks are straightened, spent wicks are trimmed. Not all vessels are ready to bear the light." He gestures to the lit oil lamp for you to light your candle.
I touch my candle to the light, and it comes to life, and I just take a moment to see the shadows dancing across the humble walls. And may I share my flame with yours?
All flames are one. Let us then share the light. And lights the candle. Here in this holy space, let all shadows be abjured and all come into the light. If you have been carrying darkness, my brother, you need only voice it here, and the light shall dispel it and make your soul light.
Eloquently said. I think I'm at a bit of a crossroads. What would you do if... No. What would our teachings say if What if someone you loved was wrong? Very wrong. And the only way to make them right again was to punish them. To undo the things they've done and potentially hurt them. Can I hurt another person? Someone I loved and who loved me, if it means doing the right thing?
Well, what the seven shining tenets tell us is that the sixth tenet, to live aglow or be unmade, that to err is to dim, and to glow with rightness is to spark. The sparked soul shall be rekindled, the dim burned. What I take that to mean is that punishment shall be meted out by the light itself. It is not yours to punish, but the light's, but also we're told that light casts its own shadow, and that he who holds the torch must mind the darkness it throws.
Maybe forget all that. What do you just think as a person? Is it all right to do bad things for good reasons?
Is it all right to do bad things for good reasons? No. But it is not all right to do bad things for good reasons. But if the reasons that you are doing it is because the action will be good, then is it truly a bad action? To be honest, sir, I'm a very new Lux, and I don't know.
I'm so sorry. I'm overloading you with stuff.
Well, have you come then to confess, or have you come then to seek guidance? Because they are not one and the same.
I suppose I've come to confess. I have turned my back on my family. I have done bad things in the name of good. I have hurt people. And I fear I will continue to, out of necessity. But mostly I feel I've lied a great deal to a great many people, including to my faith.
Well, you're telling the truth now, Nick. Let me then say, even though it is not the true date of Candle Feast, perhaps the light in its brilliance can accommodate one who wishes to reach out. I know my family doesn't follow the light, and in some ways it feels like I've turned my back on them, or they've turned their back on me.
Do you still talk to them?
No, they are dimmed.
And you just have abandoned them entirely? Or they've abandoned you? How do you exist in a world all by yourself without them?
Let us then recite the hymn of refraction. You see, he stutters and reaches out a hand and goes, "We are the colors of the flame, borrowed, brief, and bright. No hue may claim the fire itself, no voice may own the light. Shall it pass through trembling hands, broken though we bend, a single gleam, 1,000 beams, with neither start nor end." As he breathes, Wick, you notice that your breath is misting in the cold mountain air, and his is not.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Your cough, is that an affliction that a healer could help with, possibly?
No, I had the bellows fever a while ago. But the light made me whole, and I trained to become a Lux.
Oh. Can I just... Do I know what I'm seeing here? Have I seen this condition before, or have I...
Give me medicine, if that makes the most sense for you.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm terrible at it, but sure. Yeah, I mean, that's a 7.
You don't know why his breath is not misting. If you wanted to try another skill to interpret what you're seeing here, you can. But on a medical, you have no idea why.
Is there? I mean, he mentioned the bellows
fever.
Bellows fever. Do I know what that? We've heard that before, right?
Yeah, people had it in Timony. It was like it made their lungs very hot, and it was sort of a choking.
Can I just sort of not look at him medically, but just sort of see if I can get a sense for his, not his soul, his spirit, but just sort of like his holiness. Has he been corrupted by anything or possessed by anything, or...
Are you casting magic about this in this moment?
Boy, I haven't done this in so long. What do I have? I would like to, yes, but I don't know what I have. I mean, there's cure wounds, there's protection from good and evil. I don't think that's a good thing.
Give me, I'll say this.
Lesser restoration.
Do you have detect magic or no?
Do I? I feel like I did. I don't remember how to play this.
I don't remember how to play this game.
I don't know how to play this game.
Go ahead and give me
sorcery. No.
I will allow you to use a protection from good and evil here to roll an Arcana check with advantage. Great. Essentially, as you're reaching out to try to like abjure dangerous spirits with a protection spell,
yes,
you can see some like glyphs maybe here. Okay. So go ahead and give me Arcana with advantage.
Also a 7, and Arcana 13.
13. As you go to cast that spell and look at him, you see something gleams behind the altar set on a small side table. And you see that there is a scroll there that as you cast protection from good and evil, it seems to react to that spell ever so briefly, though on a 13 you can't tell exactly why.
Oh, jeez. I'd like to know what that is.
You look at it and you recognize what it is.
Oh.
These are the holy orders of the young Lux.
Oh.
These are those papers ordaining him as a cleric of the Candescent Creed.
And the glyph that they sort of shined with or whatever, that was...
It reacted to your spell in some strange way, though on a 13 you're not sure why. The Lux looks at you. Thank you, Nick. I wish you well in your travels. I shall return to my work.
Yes. Yes, you were sweeping outside, right?
I was.
Let me walk you out.
And he steps out of the chapel.
As I walk him out, I will cast Mage Hand and try to grab the orders.
Give me a sleight of hand.
Oh boy. Oh boy. 17 plus stuff.
The orders go in your hand. Wick, you celebrated Candle Feast by lying about who you are and stealing a priest's holy orders. And we'll continue this story on another episode of Critical Role.
I'm a bad person!
On the mountainside, high in the peaks of the Kavrosi, the great mountains that separate the ancient empire of Obradimia from Kahad, and indeed its easternmost metropolis, Dolmakyar, the city to which you now return, we find on a snowy cliffside, parked safely, a carriage containing your sleeping companions and the stone body of Talsidimir Pridesire. At the campfire, we find Teor and Kattigan keeping watch throughout the night. You are on the King's Highway, even in the dead of night, in this dangerous turn high in the peaks where on the other side of the road there is a steep drop some 200 feet down into icy darkness. It is still possible that there will be travelers traveling these icy highways at night, and so some watch must be kept just to keep yourself safe. What state do we find our twin cats of the Falconers Rebellion in here, keeping watch?
I would have thought that after all this travel, I would feel a bit more secure in what we are doing and feel a bit more assurance in our accomplishments, but it is hard to feel safe.
How much time has passed since the tavern with Tyranny?
It's probably been about 6 hours, 6 or 7 hours.
Same day?
Same day.
Same day. Yeah, Kattigan is 1,000-yard stare straight into the core of the fire, just locked in on the embers. But his hands are sort of working furiously, and he's carving out fresh bolts for his battle. Yeah.
My friend, Kattigan. You have always been a man of focus, but you seem particularly disturbed.
Yeah. I'm just, thinking about a hunt I gave up on a long time ago.
Gave up on? Yeah. My friend, I admit, I have been hesitant to ask. It has been so long, so many years, and of course, if it is better not to, then you can say the word and it will be forgotten.
Oh, come on, you were never one to mince words. Out with it.
Before I saw you around the Aussie's body the last time we met, you were off to find a new adventure. With her. Mariana.
Oh man, it's like a gut punch. Yeah. Twice in the same day, and Kattigan hasn't heard that name in years. Like half a decade. Fuck. It's twice in the same day.
Okay, all right, okay. Oh, shit. I seem to have struck a chord.
Sometimes you have to laugh the pain away. Yeah. Adventure, sure. You know, all those years we spent fighting together, I never considered myself an adventurer. You're supposed to seek glory or treasure or something, and is it still an adventure if you find the treasure and you lose it? Or is it just a sad fucking life? No, there's no adventure.
Lose it.
Yeah. She's gone, Teor.
I am sorry to hear. I know how much she meant and what it cost you in order to...
Yeah.
May I ask what happened? I mean, you moved heaven and earth to change the entire course of your life.
No, fuck that. No man can move heaven and earth. Man can barely brush a tree branch aside. She was taken from me. And there's nothing I can do about it. Can we leave it at that for now? Is that all right?
Of course.
Maybe another day, another campfire. But thank you for asking. No one has ever asked.
I'm sorry it took so long.
Yeah, well, it's all right. How do you think your brother's doing back there?
Knock on the cart. Is he still with us in the cart?
Sid is sleeping soundly, made of stone.
Chilling. I think he's probably catching up on some much-needed rest. Do you need anything, brother?
No, I think he's all right.
He was never one for the finer things. I feel like I should at least take some inventory of what we have. I was speaking with Thimble earlier about heading back into Dolmakyar. It is not going to be easy.
Yeah. Well, stocking up. I'll keep whittling away at my bolts.
Can I grab just a little knapsack that I have that's got a collection of stuff and just kind of do a quick little inventory of what I've got?
The torn banner, kept in its scroll case given to you by Loza Blade.
That gets its own spot.
Your lion's head emblem. You behold, I don't know if you're still wearing them after
the
bracers.
Yes. I think I left them on after helping load up the bro.
You had an attempt at sort of attuning to them with Thimble on the road back in Timony, and it did not go very well. You have to wonder if you haven't been somewhat cursed.
Yeah.
Or if there hasn't been some period of unluck, and the voice of a fairy comes back to you. It's bad luck. Carrying a dead man's letter.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Yes.
For those viewers at home that don't mind a 12-episode callback.
Oh no! Wait! Wait, the Jouf,
the Bauka. He's the sort of fairies that have a dedicated animal form they can take. Jouf was you met in Hawthorne's Glade before you had even found the Wraith Tree, before you'd even gotten to Sloke.
He had the owl cloak.
He had the owl cloak. He had sort of a jacket, like a long jacket hung over his shoulders that was in the form of sort of an owl's plumage and an owl-like mask. So he had like a little porcelain chin that seemed humanoid, but then this sort of like owl covering over his eyes and nose.
We were separate for that, right?
Yeah,
we were off on different adventures.
I healed him because he had a kind of a fever or an illness or something.
They had a broken wing.
And in return, he asked if we knew Thiazi. We mentioned he passed, and he said it's bad luck to hold a dead man's letter.
What's that?
I forgot that this little owl fairy.
Yeah.
He handed me a letter for Thiazi.
Are you ready yet?
No.
Well, come on then, what are we waiting for?
Well, what is worse luck, carrying a dead man's letter or reading the dead man's letter?
What the fuck are you talking about? Carrying a dead man's letter's bad luck?
Apparently.
Where'd you hear that?
Would explain the shit rolls I've been having. I guess it can't get any fucking worse. Oh shit. Okay. Shadow. True Shadow, if all has gone well, you have the stone in hand. We'll need the steel, and you said you can convince her to reshape it into an anchor. If not, anyone in the family can make plowshares. Once it's done, the next step is to bring it to the field. Our wings are leading a charge across the border to draw the locals from the site. That hotshot I mentioned will meet you there and help prepare the arch from steel to stone. Please try to temper his confidence with pragmatism. Yes, I know you are precisely the wrong person for that. Still, remember, until a stable trinity of bridges are built, it is vital that the blood be protected. I trust that you have disguised it well. With any luck, the next time I see your face, we will have undone the damage of our first attempt. More than one door will be open to us from there. Until then, I search for suitable anchors for the remaining 4. We may need more hands soon after. Signed, Professor.
Professor? Well, that's pretty cryptic without any context, isn't it? Never was good at riddles. What do you think it means?
I don't know, but knowing that this came from someone of Thimble's background, I mean, we have to assume that it could be anything from fairy, it could be some sort of a connection, some sort of subversion from...
I never went to college. You know any professors?
No.
Right.
And also in the letter, they have to assume that it could be intercepted, so this is code.
You think it's like a secret talk or something?
Has to be. Bridges, wings, steel to stone, and archway?
There's also the distinct possibility that we're not smart enough to figure this out.
It's probably a fair possibility.
We move out from this campfire as the snow blows over the two soldiers, peering into the depth of conspiracy. They're
between us. We're dumb as fuck.
I gotta check my stats. It's okay. It's +1.
Me too.
Okay, good.
However, Kattigan's instinct that the letter, I believe Teor mentioned that the letter being intercepted would have had to have been a thought that occurred to the one writing it. And it occurs to you that a letter bound for Thiazi Fang does not bear his name, merely the word Shadow. We will discover more of these secrets on another episode of Critical Role. We'll see you then.